So we are on update 2. And what I did, as you can see, my inventory is completely full. What I did is I created a schematic of our base, and we're going to kind of see if I can get that to work. But yeah, I loaded up with some, you know, things that I didn't want to redo. But what I wanted is to regenerate all of the chunks of the map, right? So you can see it's actually actively doing that right now. These are all chunks that it's having to regenerate, because even though it's the same seed, it's the same essentially world, there is enough stuff that changed in update 2 regarding like ore that I wanted to make sure that we had a way of regenerating it. So I basically just deleted all the region files of the map, and lo and behold, we have ourselves the same setup, right? Only now, well, yeah, I don't have any room. Let's go up. Well, let's go over here. I need to put some gubbins away here, because I'm going to be clearing some land. I'm going to need some things and stuff. Mainly yeah, we're gonna I don't know how the you know, I've never used the system for prefabs and doing all that kind of stuff, so we are gonna hope that everything goes smoothly. But a lot of this stuff is going to either be overwritten or plain in the way. So I'm just trying to get rid of as much as I can. We're gonna have to, I think, get rid of this rock right here. Well, I should be able to do that pretty fast with this thing.
Nice. I'll do the cleanup work. I say that and you're already, like, done.
Okay, so how do we get a prefab? Well, I think this dirt is going to have to go down a level. The thing with the prefabs is I don't know what happens to, say, air blocks in a prefab. And I did figure out how the tree chopping, you know, having looked at the files and stuff, they don't actually have like any detection code in terms of like tree chopping. It's a system that's based on support. And that's how you can like undermine a tree. And then the block that the tree is sitting on, you just mine that and the whole tree goes, because the logs, naturally grown logs, need support. when you place them, it ignores the system, right? But when it's quote unquote world gen or naturally placed tree, they need support. So as soon as you remove that support, they fall, and that support goes so far. I think it's 5 blocks. Why does it have to be nighttime?
Just put structural integrity and call it a day.
It's essentially structural integrity. It's a very, very simple version of structural integrity, but
yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna need. Let me pull the server window up.
Let me know if there's anywhere you need me to stand.
Just not anywhere where we had built. Okay, so game mode C. I'm gonna go to creative, builder tools, creative, build what? Oh, there they are. Okay, where are the builder tools? Oh, bright. Let's do that. There we go. Now I can see things. I like that. Do I have... blood fill paste tool? Load a prefab. Okay, how do you load a prefab? Prefab selector tool. Okay, maybe not. I was able to create it. Spawns prefabs are okay. No, I don't. That's not that. Okay. Because it was the selection tool, right? Something like that. Okay, but how do you... How do you... Wait, add material. Okay. Oh my god, I can't. Last time I got a thing on the HUD here. Layer brush tool. I mean, it would take me less time to rebuild the damn house at this point. Why can I not just load? And I don't know, like... You are not in a prefab editing session. Well, I don't even know how to even start a prefab editing session. And I don't know how to get rid of that either, if that's going to be a permanent fixture on our map now. Because there is a prefab file that I verified is in the thing. But I don't see any way of just grabbing a prefab and dropping it in. Like, where is this? Does somebody know? Does anybody have experience with this? Recipes, ingredients. No, no, no. Yeah, before I had a UI on the screen, right about where my head is. There was a big UI that formed. I mean, this tool is nice and easy. Then it was like, what do I do now? See, there's like the T, that menu there. That worked, but I don't have the UI that shows me all those commands. There was a UI that showed me all of those commands. What did I do with that? Is it just like... Oh. I am not understanding what's broken about this. There was an entire UI on the side of the screen of all of the commands and all the ways to do it, and it's gone. It doesn't come up. I don't know what's going on.
Is that somehow per world or something?
My guess is it's the new version of the game. Like, the fact that I can't... The selection tool... All I did was grab the selection tool, select the bounding box of our farm and our little house, and all the while there was the UI on the left side of the screen. And the whole time I was and so that outlined the fact that I could hit T with the tool and move, because I accidentally did that, which foobarred a lot of stuff. But it was like, yeah, that... I don't know what I have to do to trigger that. Prefab selector tool.
Well, it was a good try looking it up, but I don't know.
And this thing is... You are not in a prefab editing session. I don't even know what that is.
Huh.
Where are the commands associated with just loading a prefab? And the version just fucking came out. There's not going to be any help. Any help is going to be outdated. Guaranteed. Because there's not updated yet. Marks the anchor for prefabs. Well, that's something I wish I would have seen when I did it. That would have been nice. Spawns blocks from a block spawner table asset during world. What? Okay, whatever. Editor anchor, editor block. green screen. That's funny. Prefab spawner. Spawns prefabs during winter. Prefab spawner. Are you kidding me? I don't know what the fucking position is gonna be. I thought this was a visual game. You want me to determine what the fucking position is? No, it's not gonna happen. That is not going to happen. Okay, well, I guess I'm just having to redo. I'm just gonna have to redo the fucking the base.
This is from the 19th, but I found a command for entering or for initiating an editing world. It says, and you need to type in a command. Do you want to try that?
I do not want to create an editing world. I do not want to affect the world in that way. All I want to do is load the prefab and slap it down in the world. That's all I want to do. And for some reason, that prefab or the selector tool, which last time I did it worked fine.
Okay, here's the command for loading a prefab. Do you want to try that one?
Sure.
Okay, so /prefab space load and then space prefab name.
Of course, I knew that was the next thing that was going to happen, so I should have memorized the damn name of the prefab. Because I didn't name it something simple, because that would have been it. Home build. Could not find prefab. Homebuild.prefab.json. It's literally in the directory that I'm looking at. So is this like, let's copy this. Go to Hytale. No, wrong fucking Hytale directory. Come on now. I have 3-4 different places where there's a Hytale directory. So when I click on it, quick access directories, it's like Hytale server. It's just like, yeah, it would be nice to know where that fucking is. Windows. Okay, app data, roaming, Hytale. Where there's no prefab, really? User data, maybe. No. Well, where do I need to put the damn prefab for the command to work? It's not finding it in the server. Because why would it? Hytale. Okay. Yeah, it's fucked. There's just no. It's not intuitive.
Try /prefab space list. That'll list the available prefabs you have.
None of them. Hytale assets. What? Hytale assets? Server. There it is. Oh, thank God. Let's get out of the trees. I need to go down. Oh man, this is gonna royally foobar this, isn't it? I don't know if you can see. I need to go down a square.
Okay.
Do you see where I'm looking?
Approximately. Well, I'm watching the stream.
Right.
I tried.
So this, you're close.
Right spot or wrong
no,
spot?
you're way off.
Ah, okay.
You're there. You're close to that right there. So just dig a block down, just in a 5x5. But you need to go the other direction too.
Behind me? Or yep.
Well, I can't see how you're rotated because you're literally covered up by the blocks of
Right.
the prefab.
I'm trying to account for the stream delay, but
There we go. Right there. Okay, get out.
Okay. Run.
Are you gonna place? Do I have to right click? There we go. So that was the paste tool. I mean, it's high up in the air.
I think you pasted it twice.
No,
Yeah.
I just pasted it. Wait,
Unless maybe.
why? No, I don't.
Because I see the support beams twice here.
Oh
It's
my
offset.
god. How?
Wow.
And there is no effing undo, by the way. There is no.
Ooh.
How did I fucking do that? Undo?
Oh. Okay.
Why is it all this is such a visually powerful game. Why are these all commands? Why are they all commands? We throw that away. Okay. So we have now we're good to go.
Looks like it.
We're gonna have to break it. We're gonna have to break and replace all this shit in here. We're gonna have to break and replace all that. So whatever. It is what it is. And yeah, we have to.
Yeah, so it doesn't save the air blocks apparently.
No, there was a flag when I created the prefab to do air blocks. And this is the very first time I did anything like this. So
Yep.
why are those flying up in the air when you're breaking them?
I don't know. I thought at first you were flying above me or something, but
Okay, let me do game mode adventure. There we go. Now I'm back to normal. Well, normal for me. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to break and replace. Because these, for some reason, the prefab thing nullifies the workbenches and all the chests. Right? So you have to break and replace the chest in order to be able to open it again. So it's just kind of... Maybe they'll fix that bug. Maybe they won't. I don't know. Oh my
and I'm
god.
assuming we lost the contents of them too then?
No, that's... Well, the majority of the contents I have on me.
Okay.
But we did lose a lot of the contents. Because, yeah, when I made the prefab, and Renegade knows all this because he was around shortly after it happened. What I did, so I selected the area. You saw the selection tool, so I selected the area, and then to create the prefab was a command line, because of course it was. And so, what is a really common key in games to bring up a chat window? Not enter. What is another common key?
E?
T. Okay? T is a really common key used by a lot of games. For some reason, that's in my brain. Mainly because I can hit it with my left hand and I don't have to take my hand off my mouse. T is a really convenient key to hit to bring up a chat window. So I hit T so I could do the command. Well, T, for reasons passing understanding, when you have the selection tool, is literally cut.
Oh.
So I had the whole base selected, and I hit T, which cut the selection and put it basically in the cursor so I could drag it around. Well, that alone broke and dumped all of the contents of all of our chests on the ground. Just boom, just that fast. Then I panicked and I went in panic mode because it was now I had a bunch of, like, literally thousands of items on the ground, and I had the thing stuck in my cursor, so I was like placing it and I was placing it wrong, and it just was a shit show. It was such a shit show.
Oof.
But why they bound T to anything, because it's like that is such a common letter to use, common command to use to bring a chat box up. It's like, no, avoid that at all costs, because this game, it's enter, right? Enter does this. And then T, as you saw when I was doing the selection tool, T allowed you to cut the blocks and paste them somewhere else, or basically put them in your cursor. But it was just like, God damn it, like, I just was so frustrated by that whole process, because it's like, if you're going to do a visual thing, if you're going to give me a selector tool and do super visual things, the rest of the process should be visual, right? I should not have to run commands to do the process. There should be a little box over there with buttons or something that allows me to do all of that stuff. Running commands, and it's frustrating. Anyway, let's break and replace the rest of these. Yep. Just so we have some gubbins.
I broke and replaced all the things out here, but it looks like I didn't get the materials back for breaking the benches.
No, no, because the benches are essentially null.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, all these benches as well are. As well as the furnace. The ferni don't stack, of course. So yeah. Oh. Okay. Those are all redone. Let me redo my bed. Get that initialized. The builder's workbench as well has to be redone. Okay, so now we have the process. I've got a bunch of farm-based stuff on me because I knew Renegade wasn't going to come in here and do this. So I grabbed all the farm stuff. Cotton. I don't think there's a use for cotton quite yet, but I think it's inevitable. There's the seeds.
As far as I've seen. It's weird when I harvest something. There's kind of a delay sometimes when the items pop up. I wonder if that's just latency or.
Well, we'll see. Like,
Yep.
God only knows. Yes, and I grabbed statues. Statue? Because they're rare and hard to find. So I want another set of statues because they're cool and I like them. Okay, so more plant gubbins. We have some cabbage. We have some... well, I guess that was it. Okay, now, all these bags. I have 3 different bags on me. I don't think I have any more farm stuff to speak of. But it's going to be a couple minutes. They had said that the update will possibly come out like Friday night or Saturday morning. And I was like, I really, really hope it's Friday night, because then I could have done all of this last night and not spent this much time doing this on stream. Like, this was never my intention to do all of this on stream. So we're going to put petals in there. Wood goes over here. Okay. Oh, I have some dough. Dough!
Oh.
We think too much alike, Oz. It's dangerous.
And how old has that show gotten now? Isn't it approaching 30 years by now?
Simpsons? 1990, I think it was.
90.
So it's like
yeah.
36 years. Yeah, welcome to being old. thinking about the Simpsons being... Oh my god. There are people who are literally working jobs today that were born after the Simpsons started. And I'm like, God damn it. I don't want to think about that shit. Well, let's see. Where do we want to put building materials? How about this chest? This chest I've been doing for mob drops. Okay. Let me just grab all the gubbins. We're going to upgrade this. We're going to put adamantite in there. We're going to put cobalt in there. And we're going to put iron in there. This we're going to upgrade. We're going to put silver and copper. Make sure I didn't forget any. Okay. Now I need some wood. I guess I didn't, I could have adjusted the burn time on sticks. Oh, they have... Okay. Wow. Silver smelts real fast. This is way faster than it used to be.
Was that one of your changes, or is that a...
I didn't change any of the ores. All I did was change the burn time of charcoal and logs. I didn't even change sticks. But...
I got a bunch of rubble. Toss that.
Rubble is in this one here, in the ancient lost civilization.
I got some woods here. I'll put those in there.
Okay, so dirt goes in this one. This one is high-level crafting materials. This one's going to be shards.
Put some heavy hides in there. And some light hides. Even though we're going to turn a lot of them into leather.
The hides, okay, yeah. The hides actually go in then this one over here. This is the mob drops chest. So this is like finished, ready to craft sort of gubbins, and then this is like mob drops.
All right.
So yeah, I've got a bunch of those still. You put those in there.
Would Essence of the Void go in Bob Drops?
The essences are gonna go in the high level crafting chests.
Okay. That goes in this one. Yeah, I got another poison or another venom sac.
And I discovered that you can you can use shears on chickens and get feathers. Now, I don't know if they've changed this, but you can do it. At least you could do it. Alright, so I have a little bit of rubblage.
Yeah, if I run into some chicks, I'll grab some more of those. Since we're in the same world, we should have those stashes of chickens nearby.
Well, yeah, it's technically the same world, but it's a different, like, generation.
Yeah.
So it's like everything's been regenerated. Why is there a lag when I place stuff in a chest? Every once in a while, there's like a lag spike.
Yeah. It's probably the same thing I've been seeing.
I mean, they did do a bunch of, like, stuff to the back end, to the server. So I'm wondering if there's a little bit more, like, error correction or something in the back end.
Yeah.
Yeah, even opening chests, there's a delay sometimes. I hope they fix that shit right quick.
Yeah, right now it seems to be really bad.
Yeah, it's just weird, like...
Maybe it's like when we're both trying to do stuff?
God, your guess is as good as mine. Like...
Yeah. Medium leather, excellent.
Jesus.
Ah.
Wow.
Frog jumped right up in front of my face. It seems like our memories have saved.
Yeah,
Because I have
that was a file. All I deleted was the Regen file. That's all I deleted. Everything else is the same. So the memory should still be there. All that kind of stuff should be fine. There we go. I think I'm back to evens again. Okay, I have an extra bag. Do you have how many bags? How many bags do you have?
Just the one.
You want two?
Sure.
Okay. Well, next time I see you, I'll drop you a bag.
Head back pretty quick here.
I think I emptied that. Yep. Alright, we're now basically back up to where we were. Except for maybe the farmer's workbench is not really up to par. Because, yeah, that everything reset, obviously.
Some chickens. Yes.
Okay. Wow, where did... Okay. Now, so you can actually hide your armor now.
Oh, nice.
So these little things here is just toggle visibility of your armor, so that way, you know, because a lot of YouTubers and stuff, you know, they built, you know, they customized their avatar. Oh yeah, you want to know a fast way of getting upstairs?
Oh, how's that? Oh, just jump right up. Nice.
There's a little boing, boing.
Oh yeah, the chickens. Let's toss
Here.
those in. What's it? Oh yeah, the bag.
I usually only have 2 on me. 3 is a little. Three is just, you know, greedy, I guess. All right, we're back to what we were, ready to rock and roll. I mean, yeah, we're 1 block too high, but you know, it is what it is. I think we're 1 block too high, but you know, I'll take it. I don't have to rebuild this damn house. So I want to see what changes. Oh, what? I have to have the helmet on in order for the light to be emitted.
Oh, dang.
Okay, well, I'm just going to be Mr. Helmet Head for a while then. Okay, so let's see.
Yeah, you can be that guy that's in his underpants with a helmet on in all the animes, stuff like that. You see. It's always that one guy.
Well, so far, I'm not seeing any goddamn ore.
You're in this cave system, right?
Yeah, I'm just...
Hi. Yeah, I don't think there was too much of that. I did see one, somewhere. I can't remember exactly where it was when I was exploring. So I know there is ore in the world, if that was your concern.
No, that's not my concern. Was not that there is no ore in the world, but I wanted to know because they massively redid Regen. So I was like, okay, what does that look like? Doesn't look like there's a lot of Regen to me. But you know, it is what it is. We're pretty high up as it is, so
I appear to be having a massive lag spike or something.
yeah, me too.
Ah, okay.
Wow, that was
Now
a
it's catching up.
that was a delay and a half. Wonder if that was a save.
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
I really should remap the crouch to shift. And sprint. To control. It's kind of annoying. All right.
Wow. I lit a torch and that caused a block update for some placed logs and they fell down.
Yeah, that's very, very common.
Yeah. Just humorous.
I just want to see what this POI is on the other side of this mountain. I don't think we ever... Goddamn rat. So I rebalanced this... The crossbow mod. I have my own custom version of it. I edited the damage values. The adamantite is now capable of one-shotting the rat as well as the low-level snake, which I think is the marsh snake. There's two snakes that are higher level that have way more hit points. But the cobalt crossbow can one-shot the rat, but not the snake. The rat has exactly 21 health. And the mod originally made the adamantite crossbow, which would at the time was technically the top tier crossbow, did 20 damage. So it still took 2 fucking arrows to kill a rat, and I'm like, okay.
You get shot with something bigger than you and you're still alive. That
Yeah. Doesn't really compute. Let's go over here. This I think is yeah, these dudes. Oh, he was kind of a lightweight.
Getting to know all those lag spikes.
Trork.
I am.
Ooh, is that ore? That was ore. Uh-oh. That's a block I'm not supposed to be able to see. Come on. Reload the damn crossbow. There you go. Whoa, that was an error and a half. What in God's name? Client finished chain earlier than server. Well, no shit. Yeah, they somehow, in this update, they somehow took a giant step backwards. The lag spike, we're getting constant lag spikes. Like, constant lag spikes. It's bad. What happened to Renegade? He just, like... Man.
Not sure.
That guy gets the worst luck on Saturdays.
Yeah.
The one day a week that he wants to just kind of be left alone. It's just like, nope. Sorry.
He just messaged he'll be back as soon as he can.
I'm sure. I'm not.
Yeah. You're not complaining, it's more sympathizing or
It's just
trying
like
to empathize
exasperated. Like, God, I wish
Yeah.
the guy could catch a break.
Yeah, he was hurting last week and now
Yeah, last week he was hit by a nasty migraine.
there it is.
Wow, the wolves of this little camp are way weaker than normal wolves. I wonder if they rebalanced wolves.
Huh. I took out a few regular wolves and they weren't too. They seemed about the same. I cleared out that POI that's close to us, that cave. There wasn't anything too spectacular in there.
Oh my God, we're doing this again, huh, game?
Oh, jeez. Well, that was a good time to go AFK.
Yeah, wow, there's like a whole herd of them over here. What in... Yeah. This game took a giant step backwards with this update. So I highly recommend, if anybody's playing Update 2, not to be in any dedicated server mission critical. There is going to be an immediate reaction to this update if this is a universal problem. Because imagine a PvP server right? You're fighting people, and you have these lag spikes. Not gonna fly. People are gonna be pissed. Just mark my words. It's gonna be bad. And how this wasn't caught in the last 4 days of testing? Was nobody playing on a dedicated server? It feels like the testing was strictly done on single player worlds, because I doubt there's a big issue with doing this on a single player world, obviously. Ow. Oh my god. Oh, what am I stuck on? Okay. I don't really need copper, but I just want to look at the ores. See how the ores are distributed. Ooh, there we go. Pull this thing out. I'm sorry. What in God's... What did they do? What did they do to ore? That the... the hammer can't see it. What did they do? And it seems like it's harder than the rock, right? I can one-shot rock of this kind. Oh my god, you fucking rats, get away. Like, I can one-shot the rock, but not the ore. So the ore is tougher. But why would the hammer suddenly not work? Oh. Oh my god, yeah, of course. Of course there's another rat, because, yeah, those things are naturally, like, aggressive. Oh, there's another one. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if they weren't so damn common all the time. Like, they're everywhere. And they always come after you. And they're just annoying little guys. Cobwebs still don't drop anything. Okay, so there's going to be no new Orgen. The magma layer. Okay. I was hoping that they would realize it would be a good idea to add some rare ores way down here, because it's quite dangerous. Yeah, come at me, bro. Oops.
Back. I had to grab a little something to munch on. I don't know why, but I'm just kind of ravenous right now. Do we have a chest for potions?
We do. I didn't bring any though, so it's like we don't have any. I didn't have any to put in there to, you know, to prime it.
Right. Possible chests outside for now.
Stuff is almost directly underneath our base. Whoa. Bro, chill. Yay. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Did you just pop out of the ground?
Yeah, I just popped out right here.
Wow, that is so weird. Or maybe just like, oh hey, how's it going? I keep forgetting to make sure that I mean, I see a Ocerox bed icon, but I should, just to make sure, locked in there.
Yeah, if you haven't obviously redone your bed.
Yeah. Yep. All good. Excellent. Oh. I bet you the chicken coops need to be placed down again. I saw that one of them had eggs in it, and I tried to grab them, and nothing happened. I didn't think much of it, but yeah, we haven't removed and replaced them, so I bet you that's why they didn't have anything. Use a different organization system for the food stuff. Ah, that's the potion chest.
Okay, that. Right. All right, now.
Look, it's more sticks.
Finally.
Furnace. Hey, welcome back.
Welcome to Lag Central.
Yeah.
Yay! Oh, I'm kind of used to that, so.
What's even worse now, so...
Oh, goody.
Yeah, I am literally connected to the server that's on my same computer, and I'm experiencing lag spikes. So something with this update, something with it is generating lag for everybody. And it's shocking to me that it wasn't found during testing in the last 4 days. Like, did nobody test this on Surfer?
Oh.
So, I have a feeling the community is not going to be very happy, especially on PvP for servers, because there are PvP servers starting to pop up, and so lag spikes like this on a PvP server are unacceptable. Like, it is not.
Oh yeah.
It's not something that people are going to be very happy about. And for some reason, my damn hammer stopped working on ore.
Weird.
So I don't know why that would happen.
Are you planting the next round of seeds?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay.
Like I'm afraid, like actually afraid to go out exploring, because if you take these lag spikes and on top of that you add world gen,
Yeah.
let's see how bad the gate or the
You want me to try loading a single player world and see if we see the same thing?
I highly doubt you would see it, but I mean, if you wanted, I'm not going to stop you. Nor would I be able to.
I suppose we could do it. The best that it'd do is just say, "Yep, there's a problem here."
Like single, like I would have thought if it was a problem that people would have been reporting it like en masse.
Right.
And they would have delayed the update until it was addressed. So the fact that I didn't see anybody say anything about shenanigans with oh my god. That guy just lagged.
And all the mods you're using are pretty light too, so it can't be that, I assume.
I mean, the only one that I would probably get rid of that would even have a remote impact on performance is the animal breeding mod. That's the only one that's actively like ticking things, right? It's looking at animals, it's looking at the entities. Like that's the only one that is doing anything behind the scenes. This dude still says out of stock.
What the hell?
I don't understand. Yeah, this dude is out of stock, and it's like restocks in 132 days. Like, really? Is this like legit?
Well, the problem is it keeps going up. Because one time I noticed it was 128 and now it's 132. Although you deleted the world before, but the markets might stay.
I mean, I suppose I could see if there's a file that I could get rid of for that. See if I can reset him, like a hard reset.
Probably easier to just go into creative and pop in the recipes.
Well, that would always be the easier way to do it.
Well,
that doesn't really address the bug, though.
And it's not like we don't have the resources to buy the things right off the bat.
I'm
Like,
just thinking.
I don't.
You you go through the trouble of doing that and then end up still not having the stuff. That'd just be.
I mean, it's deleting a file. I'm fine with that. But I don't, ooh. Oh, yeah. For some reason, when you leave the Forgotten Temple, it throws like a handful of exceptions.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, exception while shutting down world, Forgotten instance, Forgotten Temple. It's like... It's one of the side effects of doing something in early access is now you're on basically like these agile sprints, which are weekly. And so you have the team do like, what can we accomplish this week? And you're not giving enough time to the team to actually methodically fix something. Right? It's like, we need a deliverable this week. Well, I can tell you there's some shit in programming takes longer than a week. And when you're forcing the team on these weekly sprints to get something done, it's going to be rushed. It's going to be done in a way that's not good. And they're going to miss stuff. This lag spike, obviously they missed. How is this worse than it was before? I don't understand. So, yeah, I could delete the animal breeding mod, which we haven't really been using anyway. But the reason why I had it was because baby animals were not growing up. And that's why I added this mod, is we were getting like baby chicks in here and other baby animals, and they weren't ever growing up because none of that stuff was implemented, and somebody just made a mod that did it. But may not be done in the most optimal sense. Even the mod, the mod community is the same sort of rush. We need to, some team, some community, they need to be first. They need to do it first. They need to get it out first. They need to get all the accolades. They need to get all the retweets. They need to do all of that. Like, I'm seeing people posting just normal builds of their house. They're getting 20,000 views on X. Like, it's crazy. The feeding frenzy around this game on social media. It's unprecedented. Are you trying to kill yourself? Like,
No, I was just curious if I could jump up to here from up there.
it looked like
So
you
it's
were
not
just
trying to kill myself.
you're just like,
not
oh.
And in addition to that, they also have the mindset of content before stability.
Well, content is what sells.
Yep.
That is, I mean, across the board, every early access game in existence had that philosophy. Right? I mean, look at 7 Days. How many fucking years was 7 Days in alpha where they just kept doing content and redoing content over and over and over again to try to get people posting videos and all of that, because people don't post videos. If they released a patch that was no new content, no major game changes, the patch was strictly like major optimizations, right? They would not nearly get as much hype or press or videos or attention as if they added a boss, right? If they made the boss dragon fight in the game, right? Even if it was a buggy mess, if they did that, that would get massive screenshots and videos and strategy videos and all of this shit around a single boss battle, or almost nothing around a major refactor and bug fix of the server.
Yeah.
So, like, which one are you going to do as a team if your drive is to like sell copies of the game? Now, Simon, I hope, will kind of take a step backwards and go, okay, we need to think about this better, because this update, I'm assuming when we go out and we're starting to explore, because I want to go to a volcanic island and I want to see, as far as Regen and all of that, I want to see how that's running. The problem is my damn hammer doesn't break ore. Why would that happen? I don't understand. So I could try to figure it out. Game mode C. I can go to Creative Tools, Asset Editor. And I know you can't see what I'm seeing, and I apologize for that, but I'm not gonna I'm not going to switch my stream over. So this would be Miner's Hammers. Item. Mining Hammer. Okay. Recipe tool. Specs. Soft blocks. Soils. Woods. Rocks. Benches. Volcanic rocks. Okay. That's fine. But let's look at pickaxe from Hytale. Tool pickaxe adamantite. What did they change? Oh shit. There's a bunch of new. So now we have soft blocks, soils, woods, rocks, benches, volcanic rocks, and that's 0 to 5. There's 6 to 13. So now it's or copper, or iron, or silver, or gold, or thorium, or cobalt, or adamantite is rough, or mithril. Wow. So an adamantite pick mining mithril takes 8 strikes. So any mithril ore takes 8 strikes with the adamantite pick. Other adamantite takes 4 strikes. And all the other ores take 2. So they added a metric ton of new tool specs. Which, this is... I wonder who at the company is deciding this. Because the problem with outlining each individual ore like this is what happens when a mod adds a new ore and there's no definition for it. Does it resort to rock? Is there one that's just all ore? So we look at cobalt. Tool. Specs. Yeah. Cobalt pick is 16 strikes for mithril.
Yes.
But the okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to So if we look at ore, adamantite, magma, categories. No. I wonder if there is type or family adamantite. I was looking to see where gathering, breaking. There it is. Gather type or adamantite. Drops. Okay. So under the gathering flag is gather type. So there's your string for gather type. So each I can't edit I can't edit the hammer mod on the server, unfortunately. Because you have to, in order to edit a mod, you have to extract it. You can't have a zip file and edit that. So you have to extract it and then edit it that way. But I mean, I could pop into my single player world. Not that we need any ore. Like, I think we have enough adamantite maybe to outfit everybody. But the biggest worry that I have with the system they've implemented, right? So the ore defines the gather type, right? Or adamantite, right? One word. So the gather type is ore adamantite. And then the pickaxe has a line, has an entry that says, hey, ore adamantite is this breaking speed. And the breaking speed, it's a number between 0 and 1, but if you look at it and it says like 0.5, well, that requires 2 strikes, right? It's like how much do you break per strike? And that's that number. And so a 0.5 is obviously 2 strikes. Then you have 0.25 and then 0.125, and like the cobalt mining mithril was 0.084. Right? So it's like, I don't know why it's 0.084, but it's not exactly 16 strikes. Because 0.125, half of that number is 0.0625. So 0.084 is
halfway in between.
It's like, it's not 16, it'd be more like 11, 12 strikes. Which, if you're trying to fucking mine ore, 12 strikes on a single block. I don't know who at the company thinks that's fun. I don't. Adamantite, mining adamantite, taking 4 strikes. That's too much. Pickaxe, tool pickaxe, adamantite. So yeah, if you have an adamantite pick and you're mining adamantite, it takes 4 strikes to mine 1 block, 1 ore. I don't know who at the company thinks that's fun. But it's obviously people who don't do a lot of mining. Now, granted, right now in the game, at this very moment, once your player is outfitted with whatever tier you want, and once you have the tools that you want, the ore consumption is actually quite slow. And we have durability disabled, which saves us even more because we're not constantly recrafting tools, which I've been waiting for some sort of system. There are mods out there that either change or add repair kits that don't remove base durability from whatever they're fixing, which I'm more in favor of that than just outright disabling. So we might make the switch to that mentality of, because making repair kits and stuff would be a slow trickle of need. I don't know. Has anybody out there used the repair kits on armor? I can't even. I don't even think I tried to do that.
Yeah, I don't think I hit the point where I needed to.
Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah. So yeah, what I would do. Should I change the hammer right now? I mean, do a little mod. Is anybody in favor of a little modding?
Sure thing.
But because I'm gonna have to exit the server and go into a single player world. And yeah, let's do that. So let me close this here and exit to main menu. Let's make sure I've got the hammers mod in user data mods miners hammers. I do. Good. So we're gonna go worlds, my modding world. So I have a special world for this. For one, you just put the mods in that you're wanting to edit, right? So you can kind of minimize the shenanigans. And two, it needs to be a creative world, right? And so that's the only way to do it. So I need to switch my screen here so you actually can see the asset editor, and now you can see exactly what I'm doing. So I'm going to remove that, and then I'm going to do this. And come on, OBS, do the thing. Why there you go. Do you just not? Yeah. It just doesn't like it when a game is full screen. That's weird. Okay, so basically what you need to do is you go into asset editor. And I'll show you what I've been looking at. So pickaxe. Well, let's show you the hammer first, because the hammer adamantite mining hammer. So you go down to tool specs, and here's your specs. Okay. So 0 to 5, these are where the volcanic rocks, benches. I'm assuming benches. This is just like all workbench, like smelter, the furnace, all the things, maybe even, I don't know, other things. But you can see rocks, woods, soils, and soft blocks. So you can see like what these values are. The power, again, 0 to 1, 1 being instant break, right? You hit it once, break. That's 1. Anything less than 1, and you're starting to do many. So a hammer taking out wood was going to require 20 strikes, 0.05. That's 20 strikes to get to that point, which is crazy. So you don't use the hammer on wood, obviously. But you can see here, it's just, there's no ore to speak of. It's just the rock. So you have volcanic rocks, which is a special kind, and then just rocks. And this is what was breaking the ores in one shot. Well, let's go back to Hytale and go pickaxe, now you can see, if we go to show all, tool, specs, now look at all the entries. This is what I was talking about. 0 to 5 is still the same, but now we have a 6, a 7, an 8, a 9, a 10, 11, 12, and 13. And this is where I was saying an adamantite pick on Mithril is going to take 16 strikes. No, this is 8. This is 8 strikes. 0.125 is 1/8. Because that's half of 0.25. So, anyway. So that's 8 strikes with the adamantite pick to mine Mithril. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to basically copy value here. We're going to go to Miner's Hammers and go to Adamantite Mining Hammer. Right? Paste value. So now we should have all of them. Okay. So Adamantite Hammer, soft blocks 1, soils 1, woods 0.5, rocks 1. Not sure what the quality here is doing. Rocks 1, quality 5. No idea what that means. I don't know why there's a quality on that. No, I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. Okay, benches, volcanic rocks. I'm gonna change this 0.51. I like doing volcanic rocks in 2 hits with this thing. Just, again, just straight up smashing rock over and over and over again is not fun. And then we need to look at all of these. And then adamantite will be 1. And then mithril, 0.5. Right? So it's a shame I can't do like wild cards on the gather type. Like some regex wild card. You know, do an ore star, and then do 1, and then do ore mithril, and then 0.5. So if it's sort of like how Vintage Story does it. Vintage Story, see the back end, this is why I constantly reference Vintage Story. The back end of Vintage Story, the database, the data-driven system of Vintage Story is absolutely brilliant. It's so good. And, you know, maybe Hytale will approach that over time. I hope. Okay, so I think input, yeah, these didn't change. The recipe didn't change. Okay.
It's unfortunate that they're 2 separate games. It would be nice to have the best of both.
Oh man. Could you imagine the crazy shenanigans that would get up if they had the chiseling system in Hytale? Oh my god.
Oh god.
People would lose their fucking minds. It's not just the chiseling system in Vintage Story, it's the multi-material block space. Where you can have one block and you can have 20 different blocks. Like the 20 different block textures available in that one block space. That is insane how good that is. It'd be funny to port the textures of Hytale over to Vintage Story and do an entire texture pack for Vintage Story to make it look like Hytale, and then post videos and screenshots of like chiseling and shit, and be like, "Wow, look at this new mod! Look at this new mod for Hytale." So all it is just Vintage Story with a texture pack. People would be like, "Wow, this game has been out for 8 years. Like, where was it?" It's like, well, it doesn't have a cutesy art style, which I think was the main driver of why people didn't really give it the time of day for a really long time.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's unfortunate that he didn't go for the more general appeal.
So the mithril mining hammer, I think we should actually. Well, let's go to the adamantite one, and we're gonna copy this value, and we're gonna go to mithril mining hammer, and we're gonna paste value. Go to specs, and here, and we're gonna set mithril to 1. And then we're gonna do durability loss is gonna be 0.625. For those few people who, like doing that. Okay. I don't really have to save it, which is kind of funny. Because, like, the edits automatically, like, show up in your thing, so. Okay, so this should... Wait. What? Excuse me?
Huh.
What is going on? Excuse me? What did I miss? Cobalt. What did I miss? Oh, there's this quality. I need to get rid of that. I thought I got rid of that. Tool. Specs. Quality. I don't know what this quality does. But why is this not mining things and stuff? I was just using it. What is going on? Oh, I know. Game mode. Venture. There we go. For some reason, the thing doesn't work in... okay. Let's see if this thing works. It does. Okay, how about this one? And I know you can't effing see because I don't have my mining helmet mod on here. Okay, so this one breaks... At least it breaks copper in one strike, so that works. This breaks dirt as well. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, when you're in creative mode, the hammer doesn't actually work. I don't know why. Like, I honestly don't know why. And it's not so inconvenient that it really matters. Like, it's a mining hammer. Well, why would you use it in creative mode? It's you know, all you need to do is punch something and it goes away in creative mode. Right? So you just like punch it and it's just oh, look at all this ore. Okay, so the mithril thingy is ready. Now let's make sure mithril hammer has a recipe of some sort. Bench requirements. Workbench, yes. Leather storm and mithril. 28 bars of mithril? Sure. That sounds like a lot to me, but, you know, it just could be me. Now, the cobalt hammer... I don't think I've ever made this, but... if I'm gonna fix... we're gonna paste... and then tweak these. 2.5? One 2.5, 0.25, 0.5. Well, cobalt on cobalt should be 1. But because it's lower tier than adamantite, it's going to be a more exponential curve there. So that's 1. Thorium is 1. Gold. Silver. I think the rest of these are fine. Volcanic rock should be... Cat, seriously? You're gonna come out and bother me after sleeping on the bed for the last 2 hours? Just because. It's like, oh, I'm tired of sleeping on the bed. I need to come out here and sleep a little bit more. Volcanic rocks, 0.25. Almost forgot about volcanic rocks. Soils, soft. So let's go back to adamantite. And then mithril on volcanic rocks is finally a way to break them in one shot. This is the main benefit of, I think, this hammer is just crazy amounts of uberness. Again with the quality, get rid of that. I don't know what that quality is or what it does, because there's no like help. Gather type, power, like there's no mouse over help on this. That's going to be, if they implement something like that where you mouse over a value and it actually tells you like this value will change blah blah blah, right? That will be very good. So I'm looking forward for that. Okay. Block sets. Let's look at the pickaxe and see. Block sets. Okay, so the block sets are the same. So the pickaxe is the same. Interaction vars. Inherited. So unless they fixed... Unless they updated the editor. The editor didn't really handle inheritance very well. Inherited from toolpick. Like, I don't understand how that inheritance works. Which value is that? Utility. If we go, is there a utility? Parent. Right here. So, this tool's parent is this object. So it inherits everything from that object. And then you can specify all of the things that are new or different. Okay. So go back to the editor. So yeah, all of these values are actually carryovers. So max durability. I want to go back to the hammers. Look at this. Max durability. Where is that? There it is. 800. 4,000. $350. $350. Thorium and cobalt should be exactly the same. They just should. If one is slightly better than the other, then they're not parallel they're not parallel values. They need to be the same. As much as it pains me. Okay, so the iron. So let's go to cobalt. I'm going to copy this value and go to thorium. And paste. So now these should be the same. And then the iron. I'm going to guess. We're going to paste it again and go in. Excuse me? Well, that was my first crash with that. Miners, hammers, iron, tool, specs. I'm going to set this to 0. Adamantite 0. Cobalt 0.125. 25. 0.25. Gold 0.5. 0.5. Iron is 1. Iron on iron, right? Usually what I do with tool tiers like that is if the thing is made of the material it's mining, it's just 100% efficient. Anything lower than that is fine as well. Volcanic rocks 0.25, that's okay. I don't know. Does the pickaxe, does the normal iron pick Is it even capable of mining volcanic rocks anymore? I would... let's do 0.5. Soils is still 1, that's fine.
You want me to hop into a server and check on the iron pick volcanic thing?
No, I can just pull it up here. I have to say it out loud, otherwise I won't remember. I won't remember it. I won't remember to look at it. Okay. So I need to verify that the iron pick on mithril and adamantite, because that's one of the changes they made to the new version, is the iron pick is incapable of doing adamantite or mithril. So I need to go back to Hytale and look up pickaxe iron, and then all properties, thank you, tool, specs, or mithril. Oh, it actually is capable of mining adamantite and mithril. It's just unbelievably slow. Like, mithril is indeed 16 strikes. 0.06, I'm going to guess this is 0.0625, but it's rounded. For some reason, they only have three significant digits. So yeah, on iron pick on mithril 0.063, and adamantite's 0.084. So go back to the hammers. Go to iron or adamantite, 0.084, 0.0625. So I'm going to do 0.125 here, and then mithril will be that. There we go. There. Hammer's updated. I mean, it's still the original. Like, I didn't edit this person's, when I customize a mod, I tend to, depending on how much I do, most of the time if I'm editing something that's existing, they remain the primary person on the list. So I'm going to set this to 1.3. I did add myself to the author list though, but so the descriptions now works with update 2. Okay. So we're going to save. And close this. So just to make sure. Oh, again. I don't have any of my other mods, which sucks. I'm gonna have to install some of my mods in order to make this a little bit easier to manage. Alright, is there any ore around here that I haven't mined already? Oh, there's some. Yes. Okay. You just kind of have to trust. That the other changes are going to take. Okay. We're going to quit. There's the Miner's Hammers mod that we just edited. So this here, you can see the manifest has got today's date on it. We don't need the backup manifest in there. But we have items. There's the hammers and all of that. So just to validate, there's all the different types. And so again, what worries me about the way that they implemented this is any mod that adds its own ore that tries to add their own archetype, right? Because they could set their ore. Let's say one of the plethora of mods that add coal, and there are a lot of mods that add coal. They could just go in and say, okay, what level of ore is this? Is this a copper level or is this a thorium level? And they could just set their gather type to like ore copper, and boom, there's no shenanigans. But if they were a modder that was like, I'm gonna customize everything, and so they add their own ore coal gather type, well, then none of the tools are going to use. They're not going to work with that coal ore because none of them are defined, right? There's no fallback or gather type.
As far as it goes, they should have used a numerical system rather than a type system. So they have like a hardness,
like a tier.
Well, yeah, tier
/ hardness. I think it would be the same sort of.
Yeah, the hardness I think would be more granular. Tier you think of 1, 2, 3, 4, where if you think of hardness, you could do, this one's 1, this one's 2, but then it could jump up to like 5 or 11.
Yeah, I mean you could set that. I think you could, the problem is then how do you define the tool versus the hardness? Because this right here is what's setting the power of this tool for this specific block. Right? So soils, this is breaking one shot, right? So
yeah.
The problem is, like, if you want copper and thorium to break at different rates, a hardness tier, yeah, I mean, you could definitely do that because the tool then could be like, how much hardness does it, like, what hardness per strike is done by this tool?
Yeah.
Right? And so you could be like, hardness mine would be like 5. And so anything that has a hardness of 5 or below is going to be broken in one hit. Braked. Did I just fucking say braked?
Braked it.
So it's going to be broken in one hit. But anything over 5, it's almost like a floating point value. It's almost like a durability on a block is, let's say it's 6. Well, in one strike, it's going to get rid of 5. So you're going to have you're going to have a little bit left, and then the second strike would break it. So that system would work, and it would be, I think, better than this system. So you're right about that. It would be way better than this system.
I would do multipliers. You've got soil types, and if you're using a shovel, then you apply like a 4x multiplier if you're using any shovel, or if you're hitting a rock type block, most things would be a value of 1, whereas a pick or a hammer would be a multiplier of 4 or 5.
Right, but soils themselves or ores themselves, the multiplier, like you could define a shovel just like this is here, right? A shovel is incredibly efficient on soils, but almost nil on rocks.
Yeah.
Right? So the same system works for that. But so I don't think you would need a multiplier. You would just need like how much oh yeah. If all the tool had, like a shovel, was hardness tier, or yeah, I wouldn't know how to explicitly define the labels on that, but like the difference between an iron shovel and an adamantite shovel would be some sort of tier system. So you'd put like a tier on it, which there already is, but the numbers don't make sense, right? Item level. So an adamantite hammer is item level 40. So I don't know where that level, like where that comes from. I have no idea. And I hear frantic litter box noises. Great. There's just she drags her paw around the rim of the litter box. It's not in the litter. It's around the rim of the litter box. So she's scraping nothing. Literally, like she's just rubbing the top of the litter box. Her poor little brain just can't comprehend, the world. So this is already set. The durability loss block types. This is already like stone, rock, or soil. Durability. So you could set, instead of durability loss block types, you would be like mining effectiveness block types. And then you could be like, for a shovel, you would just have soil. I would even split out sand in that. And then you would set like the multiplier in here, right? Durability, not durability. Mining efficiency block types. You'd specify the block types and then specify the efficiency, which would essentially be a multiplier. And so, how do you then define the different ores? Well, the ores would have varying hardness. So adamantite hardness would be like 4. And iron would be maybe 1. And copper would be like 0.5. And then the actual tool, what would you label that? Like, it wouldn't, I wouldn't label it tier. What did you say before? It wasn't hardness because that was on the ore side. What would you label a tool?
Like a class, a type?
Yeah, it would be like, what amount of hardness, baseline, right? Baseline. What amount of hardness does this tool mine at?
Yeah.
And then the efficiency, the mine efficiency block types would set stone, ores, whatever, and it would have a little multiplier on that. So then you would have like an adamantite pick that say mine's at a base of 3, but adamantite is set to 5, but then the multiplier is 2, so you're actually mining at 6, and so you can vary. You have a lot more control over varying all of that. But anyway, I need to zip these up. So that was a massive tangent. Okay, so we're gonna copy that, And the manifest is 1.3. So you just compress to zip, paste 130, copy, and let me go to here and Hytale server and mods and paste. And then I need to stop. Is everybody off the server?
Yep.
Yep.
Actually, I can't even join it. I was going to pop in and check the crops, but I can't join.
You can't join?
Yeah. Maybe I was having a lag spike. By the way, we're both off.
Wow. There's a giant exception when I tried to stop the server. Null pointer exception. Cannot invoke schema.config.schema blah 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 because the return value of blah 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 get Hytale schema type field is null. Wow. Okay. Did they not test internally? Here's what I'm seeing, everybody.
Yeah.
So I shut down, like I did the control C, shut down the server, and it's just blah. There's this like giant. How did they not see this? Okay. So I am going to paste. Well, I already pasted that. So I'm going to remove miner's hammers. And just to be on the safe side, I'm going to remove the animal breeding mod. So like it's one of the only ones that I could imagine might be an issue. The magnet one could be. The other thing I could do is check out the better coal mod and change sticks, but I'm not going to do that. Sticks are sticks. They should burn fast. I have a fireplace behind me, and I just had fires the last couple of days. I kind of have a good idea of how long stuff takes to burn. But yeah, the Magnum torch, which we don't even have built one of those yet, so that's a non-issue as far as the lag we've been experiencing on the server. So the only other mod that really would have even a remote influence on the server would be the magnet mod, but I think that's a pretty straightforward process because it's just looking at what items there are in the world, right? There's a pool in the data that is what are the items on the ground, right? And so it looks at that pool, at the positions of all of those, and it has a list of all the players and whether the players have magnets, and it says, okay, the players that have magnets are all at these positions. Are there any items in the world that are, XYZ distance from these players? And that's all that it is. It's like any items that are slowly get moved towards the player's position. Items that are not, well, let me do a CLS on this to clear that out. And start the server. And the litter box noises are still going this whole time. Jesus Christ, that cat.
Maybe it's a game.
She just can't. Yeah. I need to maybe scoop it out again. I don't know. Okay, server is back up. Why configured recipe? Why is that in there twice? Jewelry, firing. Yeah. This is what I see. Server booted. Oh. And there's fly ring there and there's fly ring there, and it's like, I'm not sure why that happened.
Ooh. Drone crops.
Removing duplicate entity with user or with UUID. Wow.
The pumpkins actually have a bounding box. I don't think they did it before.
Ooh.
I could be wrong too, of course.
Okay, let's get back. Into the game. We're going to go back to there. Want to make sure OBS. There it is. Okay. Okay. So now, oh, don't walk over the thing. Oh, I'm still in game mode A.
Oh,
Okay, let's track down some ore.
yeah.
Really? Mole rat? What are you doing over here? Where was that? There
Oh
it
wow,
is.
we actually have some chicks now too. Did Renegade go out and find them, or are these newborn chicks?
I found some.
Ah, okay. I thought they were reproducing.
Yay, it works. Yay.
We only had 3 chickens before, though. Did you grab some of those too?
Yeah, I grabbed 2 chicks and 2 adults.
Oh. Lag.
We're still getting the lag?
Oh. I would imagine that's not going to go away anytime soon.
Yeah. I was hoping that, you know, it was just one of those mods. It was
Yeah.
a low chance, but
Come on, game. Like, seriously? What in... Why can't I break this?
oh no.
Why can't I fucking break this rock?
Is that basalt?
No. Oh, it is basalt. I'm so used to basalt being super dark black color. Why?
Ah,
Pickaxe can do it, and I literally copied the adamantite pick into the hammer. It should have the same damn Whoa, okay. I can break that, which is basalt. This is basalt. This is basalt. Somebody explain that one to me. If why can I not break this block, which is basalt, but I can break this rock, which is basalt? And I need to use the bathroom myself. I, however... Wait. It's not breaking this. Oh, it is. Wait.
Weird.
It's breaking it when I break ore that's in it.
Huh.
Uh,
That looks like it's probably a base game bug.
I could find another little spot of ore that's in that type of rock.
Is there a hammer that you hadn't changed the values on?
No. I've copied them all. So, yeah. So, normally, I couldn't break this basalt. This is basalt. Yep. So, if there's ore in it, boom, I can break the whole thing. But if not... Well, why is it breaking there? Is it based on fucking height or
I think
something?
we're hitting a lag spike. Might be a problem.
Well, they only last like a second, so this problem has been persisting. Yeah, there it is again. If there's no ore around to take out, why? Okay.
Oh, good. Cows drop medium leather now. They
Yep.
used to drop light.
Yeah. Yeah, they changed that. Thank God. Now I gotta find my way out of here, and I don't know where my path is. Jeez. Oh my God, I'm underneath a mountain over here. Let's not try to dig out from underneath the mountain, shall we? We need to go south. All right. Can we sleep? Is everybody here?
I'm a little ways away.
Oh, okay. Never mind. All
I
right.
can make a sack if you want me to.
Nope. It's fine. I just wasn't sure. I'm gonna be right back.
Alright. Not really useful, but I found a couple of piglets. So I slapped them in there.
And my creator code was approved, so I have the creator code of flexible with the game. So if you guys decide, anybody out there decides to buy it, you can throw the code flexible with a capital F in there, and
Pretty handy. Too bad we didn't have that when we were signing up.
oh, I know. Yeah, it's like the mad rush of everybody buying the game, and then it's like, here's some creator codes, and it's like, everybody's already fucking bought the game. Like, what do you... Okay. Yeah. The helmet doesn't emit light unless it's on. So it's interesting that. So it makes me wonder, like, is the armor functional without it on? I'm hoping it is. Like, it would suck if it wasn't.
I would guess so. I mean, an easy way to check is out down at the bottom. It says your defense, whether it's on or off.
Okay, yeah.
I think
defense
it's just
is
the way they integrated the helm. They just added a light source to the model.
yeah.
Don't know if there'd be another way that they could do it.
How did they not? Like, when I read the changelog, that was like, added more light types, or to the crafting menu for lighting under the furniture workbench, right? I was like, oh, good. They're adding the missing light types. Guess what they didn't add? The very kind that we're using. These stand ones. The ones with the metal stand that I'm using all over, like, they didn't add those. So it's like the only kind that I've, like, there's tons and tons of other ones, but not those.
The tanning bench stopped working.
Tanning bench stopped. Oh, what?
All the rest seem to be okay.
Did I forget to?
I guess it's possible. I'd be really surprised if you did, but because you got like all the rest.
Oh, cool. This actually tells you how many chests it actually sees around.
Oh, nice.
So the workbench sees 15 chests out of the 100 that it can. So it treats a double chest as one chest. 6, 7. So yeah. They actually tell you now how many chests are around. That's good.
I wish in your inventory it had those quick stack buttons, so you could like walk into here and hit the quick stack and it just whap everything in there.
Yeah, I do believe there is a mod that does that.
Nice.
But
Hopefully they integrate that into the main branch.
it's one of those, like, again, the name of the last stream was like
Cautionary tale.
Cautionary tale, just because be very careful with the mods that you add, right? It's the Wild West of modding right now. There's been not enough time for like the well-made mods to drift to the surface, right? So in Minecraft, when you go to the modding scene, you can look at mods that have a long history, right? They've had months or years and years and years of development, right? Those mods drift to the top just because they're, you know, well made and people love them, and so those are highly trusted, right? The teams behind them, you know, it's a well established. Well, there's nothing like that in Hytale, right? So people are making mods that are very, very bad for your server or your save, that have the potential to be catastrophic. One of the mods, it was called, I think, Nature's Reclamation, which is the grass spreading mod that I had tried. Well, let me tell you, that was a disaster. Like, none of that mod was written in a way that was compatible with Hytale server. With the multi-threaded system, the fact that you can't do a lot without running the execute command on the thread itself, because you know, that process needed, you know, people don't know that you need to do that. When the game first came out, there's still no documentation for the modding backend, but people are figuring it out brute force. Well, that mod was catastrophic. Massive amount of chunk badness, server badness, to the point of corrupting. Like, this is why one of the reasons we had to switch to a new world, was that mod just corrupted chunks in the world like crazy. So be very, very careful with the mods that you add. You know, keep it simple, or strictly stick to zip mods and not jar mods. Jar mods have code in them. I'm not aware of any mods that are .zip that have jars in them, like code that has to run. So if it's a .zip mod that just adds doors or textures or variants on blocks or whatever, those should be fine. Like the hammer mod, right? And the crossbow mod. Those mods are just zip mods. They just add assets and textures and block models. That's fine. That's using the system in the game. That's not changing the code at all. Those are fine. Now they're going to have to update. Obviously, whoever the author of that hammers mod, they're going to have to figure out what the hell's going on, and update the official version. My version is updated, and that's what we're using. Cat, really? It's lap o'clock. My lap goblin is around. Yeah. And the purrs are real. So yeah, Simon actually tweeted out late last night that he's going to be hiring a team to build an automation system, a create-like automation mechanical power system in the game. And he's literally going to hire people to do that. So obviously I immediately jumped in and was like, I want in on this project.
Pick me.
So it's like, but for me, I'm realizing more and more how much of a head start that Minecraft modders have in this platform. Like I would love to be a part of that project, but my learning, right, the amount that I have to learn to get up to speed is far more than a Minecraft modder doing the same thing because of the Java backend and the whole structure. Because I have to learn an entirely new IDE and adapt the 30 years of programming of C++ and C#. I have to adapt that to Java, which shoot me now. But you know, the whole ball of wax, I have to basically like pivot. I would have to pivot my brain, which I'm okay with if it's a job, right? The problem is, especially with this project and this Simon's messaging, is, oh, you have to prove that you can do the job before you get hired for the job, right? It's almost like he's not expecting anybody, or he's not going to give anybody any time to adapt. It's like you have to know what you're doing day one. There's going to be no, like, you get hired for a normal job, even like non-IT related job. I go and get hired at Wendy's right now. There's going to be some training involved to get you up to speed, even though the job itself is like mindless and easy. You still have to learn specifics of what you're doing. For some reason, like, he's hiring people from the community who already prove that they already are going crazy on building mods, even though they might be built wrong, or they might not be optimized or fully featured. He's just like, I don't know. He has not responded, reacted, or in any way engaged in any of my messages. And so I'm just like, am I blacklisted to a level that I don't even know about? Like, I don't even know. But you'd think that 30 years of experience coding and modding different systems in you know, many games would at least get me in the door.
Yeah, it certainly shows your flexibility. I didn't intend that to be a pun, but, well, not a pun.
Yeah, well, that's the whole reason I used that term for my channel.
Right.
Right? It's like, having learned and modded at least 20 different games over the years, at least. Like, I've lost count of how many different different game systems that I've had to learn and mod. And some to varying more degrees than others. But for a long time I've been in this space modding games and all of this. I wish, and I mentioned this, I don't even know where, can't even remember anymore. The last 4 years that I have been enmeshed in Vintage Story, the Vintage Story API, and all of that has led to nowhere. It's led to no major impact in my life. I was not able to turn that around into a job. Tyrone never said, hey, you know a lot about the API. How about you come on and do blah, 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 right? None of that. You know, he has 2 jobs posted right now. Because I watched this shit. He has 2 jobs posted right now. One is for completely overhauling the website and the ModDB, which, no thanks. That is a level of modern internet design that I am not familiar with on any level or capacity. I wouldn't even know where to begin with that. And the other one is rendering code. Somebody to help with rendering code, and that is again the exact opposite of my expertise and my skill set. To this day, I'm like, one of the problems is I've never had a job or a mentor to walk me through the code to tell me exactly what's going on, and how the code is altering the back end like objects. And so as a result, I can't visualize what the code is doing. Right? I can't look at the code and go and then just visualize every line and what it's doing to whatever objects it's manipulating, right? The rendering side of things. I can't visualize it because it's not something that's not a skill set that I really investigated.
Haven't flexed those muscles yet.
And so I don't even know if I can build those muscles. Like those are muscles you form when you're in your late teens and early 20s, when you're learning how to program, and you can get into that mindset where your mind is still elastic enough where you can like bend it in those ways. It's like me trying to touch my toes right now. It would hurt. So, you know, for me, my skill set is not on the rendering side at all. It's on the like nitty gritty or bug fixing side. Like I can look at a code base and follow it if it's not rendering code. I can look at a code base and process and be like, what is this doing? And so I'm very good at that. I've been doing that for many years. So for me, you know, getting in on a team where some people are good at models, textures, and stuff like that. For me, it would be like network propagation, you know, how to design the systems. I have a myriad of experience, a massive amount of experience in like game systems and how these systems have been developed across many different platforms. I shouldn't say platforms. Many different games and game systems and many different genres. So you have voxel crafting games like this. I have a massive amount of experience in Vintage Story. And then I have, you know, Dyson Sphere Program, Factorio. Like it's amazing how many games that I've modded over the years and all these different genres. And how these systems and backends are built. There are some that are really, really good and some that are like, okay, this is bad. You know, or getting hired by the Project Zomboid team to work on their ECS system. Because they want to implement an ECS system just like Hytale. Right? So, getting familiar with how the ECS architecture works would allow me to like just jump into Project Zomboid and be like, hey, because that's also Java. Or what I could do is I could take the Hytale server and just port it to C#. Which I'm fairly sure is possible. I don't know performance-wise if there would be any difference. But it would certainly make it easier to debug for me because I watched a small tutorial this week on how to get hot reloading, how to get hot reloading working for the Java, like for debugging, where you can edit code, recompile, and then hot reload it. So whatever instance you've got loaded already, it just refreshes that memory and it reloads the code that you just changed. Well, you need like a second mod to be loaded, and it has to be loaded on a different directory, and it has to be, you have to like change config files, and there's a whole fucking nightmare to do that. Whereas in Visual Studio, when I'm in C#, I just hit hot reload. And whoop, it's done, right? I do that all the time with Vintage Story in the Vintage Engineering mod. I'm always hot reloading that stuff. It's such a nice feature.
Well, should we risk an expedition?
We could.
I might be fading soon, so... I was feeling real weird, you know, and didn't feel great in the morning, then a little later I felt alright, then bad, good, ugh.
We top off
Ups
my
and downs.
arrows. Yeah. So, I did apply to a local job. At least I think it's local. It's, you know, all these fucking websites that have job postings. Like even websites that you would think would be trustworthy, to me are like they themselves, they're getting postings on the site. Like the site itself could be legit, like ZipRecruiter is the one site that I've signed up for. So the site itself is well established. But the problem is the postings on the site are obviously like largely unmonitored, right? So almost anybody can go on there and post a job and have all this stuff on there. Well, you have a very large amount of postings on that site that are like completely, they sound like a scam. 100% they sound like a scam. So it's like, and you even have ones that get this, right? This is the state of things. I just went to ZipRecruiter, I signed up for it, and I looked at just a dump of what are the latest job postings, right? On the first page was a grid. On the first page, there were at least 5 or 6 of them that were test position. This is a test to see, like, literally somebody just like posting something and is like, this is a test. I just want to see how this works. It's like, what? Like you posting on this site as a test. Why not just fill it out as the job that you're like? If you're an HR person that's posting on this site, why are you filling out all these fields as test? Why not just fill them all out as this is the job, post it, and see what happens? And so it's like test position, test, all these different companies. And I'm watching this going, wow, that's a level of incompetence. I don't even know if I want to look for other jobs this company. Maybe I should apply to the job of posting these fucking things on these sites because they're doing such a horrible job. Like, okay, so there is... Well, I think the POIs should be relatively the same. I mean, it's the same seed. And, like, the biomes are all looking the same. So, I don't know. Where do you guys want to go? Desert, snow, or magma?
You wanted to go to magma. Why don't we hit that? Weird. A bit ago, I was able to see your guys' cursor on my compass, but now I can't.
Yeah, you're not on my compasses. I mean, you're on my map still, but
yeah.
Is there a game setting that does that?
I haven't even gone into a menu since I noticed that. I was like, oh wow, I got to mention this to Buggy. And I was just going to mention it again, but now it's not working.
whoa, wow, the heavy leather for the Mark 1 upgrade for the backpack is a little on the zesty side.
Okay. I must have had a bug. It's in your map now. There's a track on compass button.
Oh,
I see it.
track on compass. Well, what if I don't want to track you guys?
You don't have to.
What if I don't care where you are? Okay, put this down. We're gonna craft a couple of these, and temporarily, I was gonna put it in the chicken coop, but animals can literally go through these, so I just want to put this here, and this is gonna be named home save. Okay, put these in my backpack. Magma, where do we want to go?
I saw one north and a bit east. I don't know if that's
North
where
and
we want to go,
east?
it's just,
Okay.
west. So west actually.
So that one, Renegade and I went through most of that. Granted, it's going to be refreshed, so that's not an issue. But we already went all that. There's not really any POIs on it. I was hoping to find one with some POIs just for shits and giggles. So why don't we actually go east and see if we can find one going that direction? You're not supposed to set yourself on fire, but you know, it is what it is.
It's fun. Makes you warm for the rest of your life.
You know, the eyes of the character, I can tell when you're moving your mouse. The eyes of the character will tend in that direction. Because I could tell when he was moving his head, right? So it's like there's some algorithm that bends the eyes and then bends your head as you look. So it actually looks natural as you're looking around. Your eyes will actually. It's almost like the first couple degrees of your mouse changing is not moving your head; it's moving your eyes, and then any more than that is your head is going to move. That's interesting. But I love that attention to detail. That's really cool. They're just going to have to very much address the lag. And I am keeping an eye on the server, the feed of my server, just to see.
Track down what more.
I just want to see if it's like, you know, if there's any exceptions or anything like that. See if this has anything other than the work in progress. Nope, still has the work in progress. Okay.
Yeah, I stumbled upon it too, and I'm like, ooh, because the door was closed. I hadn't seen a door closed on those yet. You guys probably found them before me, and I saw the door closed, and I'm like, oh, is it functional now? Nope.
Why is my ring not working? Let me get away from you guys for a second.
Oh, sure.
You have to like, yeah. So something happens and it's just, there we go. Every once in a while, it just forgets. It's like, I don't know what you want to do. Why is Renegade going back home? Did something happen?
No, I forgot something.
Oh. Okay.
He probably forgot to go before we left.
Yeah.
Well, that too.
But at least he's not in the backseat and saying, "Are we there yet?"
Yeah, you just hand him an empty Pepsi bottle and say, go in that. I actually did that once on a trip when I was a kid. Driving to Grandma's house on the highway.
Rebuilding our
Why-
stockpile of mushrooms.
I was gonna say you should come and grab one of these carrots.
Here. The trap carrots? Does it actually do anything? Nope. Oh, it does.
It doesn't do anything, and then he falls to his death. That's nice. Where are these Where are these guys going? Bro, you're leaving your
Are they the
camp.
ones that throw stones?
I don't know. He's
'Cause
just,
I had that one time where there was a guy that was just throwing stones at me.
no, he's just like wandering off, and like, where are you going? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, he's definitely throwing something. I dumped about 10 arrows into that wolf.
Jeez.
It just would, like, the server just would not acknowledge. Okay. Of course, we left home base just before nightfall. Here's another camp. Holy crap. We should have brought the shears. We could have been shearing sheep the whole way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a lamb.
Oh man, the wolf just fell down its own trap. Probably just died. Yep.
Nice. There we go, we have 2 lambs.
Now, we got to be careful. We can't have too many animals. They will despawn.
Okay.
The game is constantly, the server, I'm watching the log, the server is constantly despawning animals when the population exceeds whatever set limits there are. So it's like,
Wow.
once, and so yeah, people are been reporting like, hey, all my chickens are disappearing, and it's like because the population exceeds limits.
Village a little bit to the south.
Yeah, there's something straight ahead of us too that I would rather hit. Oh. Did that guy give me... Oh, he didn't give me a void heart thingy. Whoa, that's just... Okay. An essence of the void just popped out of the ground. Oh, that one got me a void heart. Oh,
Wow, those Cthulhu demons hit hard.
yep.
I'd never been hit by one of them before. I don't know whether they maybe didn't have the damage in the game before, or...
No, it's just they didn't shoot stuff very often. Like you really had to like sit and watch them for a second before they actually would attack. So maybe they sped up their attack, but yeah, for the most part, I think they've always done quite a bit of damage. I need to turn my helmet on. That's why it's been so dark. All right. So straight ahead.
Game is glitched out on me something fierce.
Yeah, the lag spikes. This is why I would think that they didn't
do much testing.
Didn't test at least a dedicated server and having multiple, like, you would think that internally in the teams. Now, granted, there's not a studio, right? It's an entirely remote team that's making the game, I think. Yeah, we're all hitting. But the fact that, yeah, that was crazy amount of sync issues there. Even picking up items is lagged bad.
Yeah.
So that just tells me, like, come on, open sesame. Wow, that was a lag. Jesus. So I think, yeah, if social media hasn't started already, which I would expect it to, I would expect people to have started posting about this already.
It's a pretty big POI.
There's the chest. There's corn in here. Ow! Dude. I'll grab the corn seed and give it to one of you guys.
I'm gonna try disconnect and reconnect because I haven't been able to do anything for a few minutes. Been able to get hurt.
Oh, you can crawl up? You can crawl up vines?
Ah.
Well, that's new. Or at least I didn't know about that before.
There we go. Now I can do things.
Why are there always spooters in games like this? There's always spooters.
Gotta prey on that arachnophobia.
Well, if that was their goal, they wouldn't put an arachnophobia mode in. Now there's a mode that negates the snakes. Yeah, and I lost my special move because this game hates players.
Yeah.
Yeah, two major changes that I would make. One, special moves on tools and weapons do not reset when you switch. Two, the crossbow stays loaded when you switch. The amount of time it takes to load the crossbow is like, what? How let's say, realistically, you have a weapon and you load it full of stuff, right? Whether it's a crossbow or a shotgun or whatever it is, you load it, and then you put it on your back and you pick up something else. The shit is still in there. It's still loaded, so you pull that out, it's still loaded. There's no reason for it to reset. But the special move being reset is the most annoying. The most annoying thing is it's just like, why?
Yeah.
Because there's so much switching of tools and such. That just like I did in here, you know, come across a chest, you want to break the chest and blah 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 blah. It's like you're constantly losing that special ability because there's just so much other things. You have to break a block, you have to chop a tree, you have to whatever, and you lose those specials. And it's like, I don't want to lose the specials, I want to use them.
One of the worst is healing. It's like, okay, do I switch to that and lose my special move to heal, or do I YOLO it?
Yes, and that was one of the first things. Is like when you're in combat and you got a special queued up, and you're ready to use it. But you know you've got a quarter of the health left, and you're like, shit. What do I do? You got a special ready to go. Do you use the special? You run around and try to find somebody to use it on, or do you eat something? So it's like this. The special reset, in some ways, makes, you know, the food system difficult to use and use effectively, right? I've got a ring, so I've got the bloodsuck ring, which I have strongly suggested to the mod author to rename that to the vampire ring, because that's the common vernacular for ring, like things that heal you on damage, right? When you damage other, like vampire rings or the vampire effect. So bloodsuck it's just not not what I would have named it.
I wonder if maybe he's not a native English speaker, and that's a translation.
Maybe, and that's 100% possible. Which is why I was just like, hey, name this the vampire ring. You know, if you know, if a new version of the mod comes out, now granted, like I haven't customized it at all, but if a new version of the mod comes out and he still hasn't renamed it, I'm gonna fucking rename it. I'm just gonna go in and rename it. Because I don't know, are you guys behind me? I left the area. I am on my way.
I'll catch up.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I think I would imagine after the stream is over, I'm gonna go up online on even the Discord server or on X, and there is going to be a mountain of people talking about how the game is unplayable, and it's gonna there's gonna be an unholy amount of bad press around it. Which is unfortunate, but
yep. Hopefully it'll be a lesson. No, they'll learn from it.
I doubt it.
Yeah, me too. But
they'll just, they'll come out and be like, "Hey, this is early access." Like, but it was literally in testing for 4 days. Like, nobody tested the server. Like, nobody tested the server. That seems highly unlikely. That nobody said, "Hey, the server you know, nobody chimed in with, hey, the server really sucks now. It's nigh unplayable. PvP servers, there's going to be nothing going on there. Like,
Yeah.
imagine getting in a battle with somebody and nothing happening, and all of a sudden it's bam, 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 dead. Like, just all of a sudden, all of those commands are queued up, and they're all hit all at the same time. Yeah, people are not going to be happy. Now, granted, the old version of the game, you know, look at that. Coming up to this island, I see 2 adamantite veins in the side of the wall. This is the first time, right? There's one there, and there's one there. It's the first time I have ever seen this ore in the outer wall of the island. So this is wow, another lag spike. What? There is, by the way, 0 indication in the terminal for the server that these are even happening.
Weird.
I mean, the took too long to preload process hook for chunk, whatever the fuck that means. I mean, that one, the first one there, took too long to run preload process hook for chunk. That one says 4 seconds. The next one says almost 2 seconds. There's something going on in the server right now that I don't understand. My fault, I'm full, so that's one problem. Jesus. So much crap. I fixed the damn hammer. Why is the hammer not working on this ore? I've got the asset editor here. So let's look at pickaxe mine. Yeah, I haven't gone up. Please just chill for a second. So what is this? Simple interactions. Simple next. Pickaxe break. Pickaxe block break. 1 interactions. 0. Selector. Oh my god. Hit entity interactions. This is just is like... The editor is cool, except if you have like massively nested values, and then it's like a nightmare because it's like, how is this organized? It's much easier looking at the JSON. Okay, so pickaxe block break. Extend top. Okay, that's fine. Pad the interaction length. Interactions. Pickaxe mine effect. Don't know. Pickaxe block break. Block hit camera effects. Yeah, it's... My instinct tells me something fundamental changed. Come on. Hammer. Block break adventure. Yeah, something must have changed. There's even a lag to switch to adventure mode. Okay, well there's some... Well, let's check this. Well, that... Removing duplicate entity with UUID. Where are we getting duplicate?
I keep getting lag spikes, so something might be going on from me.
I wonder if the hammer... If the behavior of the hammer is causing something... Yeah, see, there's a bunch more. Duplicate ID. And then there's nothing. Then there's a big lag spike. Let's see if we get another one. Just waiting here. It's weird. It's like there's a bunch of stuff the server is doing, but because there's like all these duplicate entity IDs, yeah, there's a bunch more. Okay, so let's try the pick. Oh, and there we stop. We're still... This is a long lag spike, by the way. This is like...
Mine recovered finally.
I'm just seeing like... Yep. Just seeing if this UUID issue is... not seeing a lot of them. It's hard to tell. There's so many on my screen. It's like, okay, I think there's 6. So let's try. Still have 6. Yeah, there's another one. Oh. Removing cow due to overpopulation. Removing chicken due to overpopulation. Yeah, the crazy thing is, it's generating, when you break a block, right? The block that it creates, the entity, right? The thing that falls to the ground is an entity. If you know, if I could actually break the block, like at some point in time, I'm trying to illustrate a point here. Come on, game. Anytime. Anytime. There we go. So that entity that's created, the game is generating a UUID for that. And these things look like they are... Of course, somebody just reconnected and scrambled my eggs here.
Sorry.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So each UUID that it generates is 16 bytes long. Yep. So when it generates one of those UUIDs, that's 16 bytes of an ID number, which is insane. Because it's having to generate that. It's generating an enormous number. Think about how big of a number that is. 16 bytes. I'm going to go up to the surface. I just want to see.
8 or one byte is 256, and every byte after that is 256 more, or multiplied.
It's multiplied, yes. It's 2 to the 16th power is the number of values, right? But because it's an ID based system, right? You have to have large numbers, right, to be able to index or be able to manage. And the numbers have to be able to have, no chance at a duplicate. So the fact that we're getting duplicate entities with UUIDs, right? How do you have an entity ID? Wait a second. Okay, that's again UUID. Okay, I saw UUID in here twice, but that's just Oss's ID, because the player has a UUID as well. But yeah, there was a whole bunch more UUID duplicates. Yeah, it keeps. I don't know what everybody's doing, but it's constantly dumping out duplicate UUIDs now. Like removing duplicate entity bubble. It's just like.
Just a minute ago, I was killing a couple of wolves.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no indicate. It's just removing duplicate entity. What's the entity? That would be a little tidbit of information, devs. What is that entity? Removing entity, parentheses, wolf, or item on ground. Whatever that entity is, let me know what that is. I could help debug. But most of the errors that I see in the log file are largely unhelpful. Because removing duplicate entity with UUID, etc., tells me nothing. What is that entity? Because if I had that, then we could test and drill down and test and test and get down to the nitty gritty of what is causing that. Is it a single entity? Is there something weird going on with an entity? And we must be in a lag spike, yeah.
Yeah, we just hit another one. Ugh.
There's an undead chicken was not reacting to me, so that was concerning. Now, is there... This is a giant one of these. Yeah, so I'm seeing usernames jump in location in process movement block collisions. So if we stop for the next 5 minutes, stop using flying rings altogether. Just stop flying, period. Anybody who has one. I want to see if do you have one, Oz?
I have one.
Neither of you guys have a flying ring, so it's okay. Well, that eliminates that possibility. But I just got another one. Osterok, jump in location, process movement block collisions. I don't know what that
was. I hit a lag spike.
Right, so it's you're lagging. Yeah, I just got another one for both of you guys. And another duplicate entity. The server is... There's another set. The server is largely incapable right now of keeping up. Another set. Removing duplicate and Osterok jump in location. So we're getting lag spikes. Yeah, I'm gonna tweet out.
Should I stop moving? I've been trying to catch up to you.
Oh my god, if I could fucking type. My fingers. I don't know if it's the combination of age and this fucking keyboard, but man, I just can't type with shit anymore. I'm just so out of practice of just typing. I've been coding for so long. You don't type like you... If I was typing a novel, it's a different sort of skill set than code. Lag... spikes. A constant. I don't even know how to put this. Lag spikes are constant. 1 to 4 seconds of responsiveness for all players, even me, who is connected to the server that is on the thing. I'm just randomly curious. What is the memory footprint? I really hate the task manager for Windows 11. I really hate it. It sucks ass. Why did they break something that was not broken. Like,
Yeah.
they fixed something that wasn't broken. This was perfect in Windows 10, this task manager, and they just foobarred it. So I'm at about 60% memory, 10% CPU. So, like, we are not pegged at all. My CPU pegs at 15%, so it's not.
Nothing hardware related.
Yeah, this is not hardware. Network is nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm streaming, hosting, and playing, and my network is at 1%. So yeah. Yeah, OBS has like 15 threads. It's just so
Jeez. I think I'm on the border of a swamp biome.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of. I can't look at all the leftist BS, but yeah, I'm not seeing any indication. Let's look at Simon. I just want to see. Oh, fuck! The server just booted me.
Yo.
And me.
Timeout or error waiting for player.
I was in the middle of a huge lag spike, so I wonder if that lack of communication allowed me to stay connected.
I am fucking connected to the server that's on this same computer. There is no connecting. It is literally the same computer that I'm connected to. It's localhost. It's literally localhost.
Yeah.
And there's no like error. I mean, there's read timeouts. Looks like, yeah, that's Renegades. Whatever they did to the back-end server for update 2, I'm assuming this is not a problem in single player. If it is, that would be really bad.
Well, when both of you were disconnected, I was actually running really well. So
it's your fault.
it's
Well,
well,
I'm kidding.
no, it's more like you guys' fault.
Oh. Well, it can't be my fault because it's literally connect. So we're gonna just blame Renegade, I guess. Like,
There we go. There we go. I think it's just the presence of more than one person somehow amplifies the effect.
yeah, I would assume it is. Like, where you have one person and the server is like doing the dance back and forth between one player, while 2 players, now there's twice as much data to sync, and 3 players, there's now again 3 times as much data to sync, where all players are getting these packets. But I don't know what sort of architecture they have. Yeah, I can't even reload. That's not consistent. Okay, so there is some adamantite. I wanted to come over here just to see what the ore situation was. I don't know why.
Hey Buggy, every time I connect and it starts to load, Hytale crashes on me.
What is it crash? Like, locally it crashes?
Yeah, my game crashes.
So
it says Hytale startup error, failed to start Hytale, argument exception 0.125, cannot be greater than, and has a really long decimal number.
that's weird. Let's see if I see anything on my end. Player running a join stream. Okay, so what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I can't even get through mining one block. This is a long lag spike, by the way. Like, look at this.
Okay, the spike ended for me.
Yeah. I mean, I can always tell when it ends because the block goes ping, 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 and it's just like it did there. I'm queuing up a bunch of commands, so whatever the thread system is behind, so what I think it is, in the back end of this, because the game is inherently multi-threaded, there is a thread execute command when you alter or change entities. Behind the scenes, there is a thread execute command, and when you call that, the scheduler syncs that call to be thread safe, and it basically puts it into a queue, so that there's the thread for the world, right? The world that we're on is one thread. And what it's doing is it's syncing all of the commands on that thread. The scheduler is basically just a queue, one command, one event at a time. And how, like, explicitly how it's different from update 1 to now, I don't know. But there was a changelog entry as, like, something with servers. And when you're even playing single player, it's still a server. It's still running the server in the back end. So you're technically still on a server when you're in single player. But it's not having to sync to a bunch of other players. So what might be happening is it's just like it's queuing those commands up, but something about this is not running as fast as it was before. In update 1, we were able to play, and it was like beautiful in the performance. We never had any issues. But like I can't even break a fucking block without there being some lag spike involved. It's weird. Yeah, look at that. It was like so one thing I'm going to try, I'm going to go to my utility slot. I'm going to pull out my magnet. So the magnet should not, yeah, when it's in your inventory, it shouldn't be active. So everybody pull your magnets out. We're just going to kind of try things.
Using my ball, unequip it completely.
Well, if it's in your utility slot, it's active.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you just remove it out of your utility slot, which is your Z menu. Yeah. Then it's not active anymore.
There's a pile of adamantite over here, but I can't mine it because I've only got an iron pick.
Yeah. I'm not actively mining it right now. I'm just gauging like where it is, how much there is. I like to see that there's, some around. But the fact that we're not able to really play,
how's it seeming right now? I seem to be alright.
Well, let's see.
Oh, there's a spike.
Oh, Renegade just tried to join. Oh. So Renegade, if you do get in, remove your magnet right away.
Don't have one.
Oh, fuck. God damn it. When I think I have like a bead on what might be happening, it's like, nope, that's not it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another
one. It
one.
did seem to get a little better after we unequipped our magnets, though. So I think that's a partial issue. Or a contributing factor.
It's still happening. The fact that it's still happening means that it's still a problem. Even though it could be placebo effect of like, oh, it feels like it's better. It's like, no, it's not. It's really not. It's just we want it to be. We want it to be really bad, but I don't think it's any better. Like not being able to break it doesn't make sense that I'm not able to break basalt, but it is what it is. Yeah. It's like I can't. I should just clip the last 20 minutes of this video and just post it and be like, this is unplayable, guys. Like, how is this not detected in testing in the last 4 days? So I'm also going to take both of my rings and put them into a bag. And we're going to test again. If anybody has any rings, pull those out and put them in a bag.
No rings here.
Yeah, the only thing modded I have on me is the bag, the crossbow, and the mining helmet.
Those, and none of those would have any impact on the servers at all. Yeah, look at that. Like, I break a bunch of blocks and they don't even fall to the ground. There's the lag spike that doesn't even fall down on the ground. Like, look at that! This is not playable. You have to have a monumental amount of patience if you want to sit and grind away at this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to slappity slap one of these things in here. Magma. Oh, come on now. Register.
My head's getting to me a bit, so I might pop out. Things might improve for you when I do that too.
Okay, well, we can test that theory.
I'll go to the base with you, drop stuff off, and then.
Well, God only knows what's going to happen when I do this. Oh, Jesus.
Ah.
That took a while to load.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when you walk through the portal, you just got to keep walking. Just walk forward, no matter what you see. Yeah, you can't stay there. You can't stand on the portal. You have to just walk and just keep walking. Even if you're walking into the void. Because you will just get zipped right back. Or not. I'm just watching Renegade just stand in the portal.
I'm pressing forward.
He's probably glitching out right at the wrong time.
Yep. Server is just like not having it. It's just not. I shouldn't have set a warp point for that specific portal.
Oh, maybe change it so it doesn't point anywhere? Can you do that?
Yeah. If I could interact. I can't interact with it right now. Because the fact that he was zipping back and forth, it's like the server was like, what? I don't know which blocks to load. Yeah, removing player. Come on, game. This is holy.
I'll exit out too and see if that helps.
Timeout or error. Waiting for player OS to removal from World Store. Like, there is some really gnarly things going on the server right now. They did not give the server team enough time at all. Like, at all. The rush to rush to patch. Like, just somebody exiting the server is throwing an error. Just exiting the server. There we go. See? No warp. Save changes. I'm the only one on the damn server, and it's still not. I'm the only one here.
Huh. Oh, I think Renegade might have crashed. 'Cause he popped out of Discord.
Yeah, I'm still getting a crap ton of duplicate entity IDs. What entity is duplicated? If they could print me what entity that is. Duplicate entity. What is it? When you print that error, you should have access to what entity that is. Just include it. Like entity, parentheses, entity. Like what type of entity it is. Like when I make errors in vintage engineering, I want as much goddamn useful information in that error as possible. I want to be able to look at an error and know exactly what's happening. When you create a really generic looking error, removing duplicate entity, and it's like, how is that helpful to any development team? If I was on the server team right now and I got a dump of this log file, I'd be looking at all these duplicate entity IDs and going, what is this? What are these?
Yeah.
How do you debug that? If I'm on the server team and I'm just grinding through these and I get those and I'm like, okay, what entity is this? How do I debug this? How do I replicate this?
An error has occurred.
Yeah, so server team, make your errors make sense to somebody who is a programmer for 30 years, but somebody who's not familiar with your specific naming conventions or architecture yet. Make your errors more verbose. Make them actually help people.
I'm gonna try and load in and drop off my stuff. Not that I have much that's important, but
yeah, Right. Oh, chicken's on fire. That was smart, Mr. Chicken.
oh,
Just run over the fire. Legacy feed.
hopefully they can't light other things on fire. As hilarious as that would be, it could also, really suck.
So the baby animals, I don't think I still don't think that system has been integrated yet. Now, the fact that these chickens have a animal breeding dot interaction hints dot feed, I don't know if that's a carryover from the animal breeding mod. It seems like the game, when you change, especially when you remove a mod, that may or may not. Oh, the chicken just fucking drowned itself. Literally drowned itself. That's good, Mr. Chicken. Good job. have a bunch of stone. Drops. Bars. Potions. Rubble.
I'm gonna pop out of Discord, but I'll be watching the stream. So if you, I don't know if you need info or anything, just give me a holler.
Alrighty. I mean, I would say, if you can, look at your log file for your instance of the game. Because my server log, not really showing any signs of the lag. Other than that duplicate UUID entity thing, which it's removing duplicate entities. I don't know where they're coming from, what's causing it. We're literally sitting here not doing anything, and there's a bunch of errors that do that. But there might be a sign in the client side, whether it's communication, packet log, like something. I'm just hopeful that something is in there to help the people that are running this shit show is like, hey, this is the error, this is the, like, whatever, this is what it might be, this is what I think it might be, whatever it is. You know, we did not have really these problems in update 1, the original game, or in update 1 on the server. And now with update 2, I literally just downloaded it 30 minutes before the stream. So it's like whatever latest version it is. So I don't know. Nor do I know why this goddamn hammer is not able to break. Well, let's, now that we really can't, well, now that we know we really can't play on the server, I'm gonna load the modding world back up again.
Ooh. I just looked at my log, and near the bottom of it, memory leak detected.
Memory leak?
Yeah.
Well, that's something, but may not be the smoking gun. I mean, memory leaks are bad, but usually, I mean, that could be the cause of the crash that you were experiencing. But usually those take time to actually manifest any severe problems. And a memory leak on your side would not affect the server. Because the server is not running any of the client stuff. They're completely separate code bases. Because the client is literally written in like C# and stuff. Unless it's the server side of a single player that's throwing the error. But if the memory leak indication was printed at, you know, while you were playing on the server, then it would definitely be strictly a client side thing. And that should have been absolutely caught by testing. Memory leaks can be catastrophic. So So memory leaks on the client. Okay, let's first figure this out. We got to do game mode C. Let's pull the asset. Oh, I gotta switch over the desktop. And we can't use full screen. There's reasons. Let's go to asset. I just want to look to see basalt or gold basalt. We want to look at group stone, but it's actually further down. It's gathering, breaking, or gold. Okay. Drop list, container. We have single, which is an ore gold, and we have the single, which is the basalt cobble. So that's all good. But we want to look at ore adamantite magma. Okay. I don't know what this would be classified as, but let's see. Interactions, break. There it is, gathering, breaking. Or adamantite. Quality 4. What does that do? Like, what is that? Quality. Why is there a quality with a 4? Like, what is that? There's your single ore. There's your single rock magma cooled. Okay. Gather type or adamantite. What is this quality? What is that supposed to do? Okay, so if we look at ore, say, mithril, gathering, breaking, quality 5. And that gather type is just rocks. What did I fucking... Jesus. Can I find my way back to what I was looking at before? Where did gathering go? General. Group or mithril. Gathering. Yeah, see this quality 5. So let's look at iron. Behaviors. Gathering. Yes, this says behavior. This says block type. Why doesn't this say behavior? This is behavior. This should say behavior. Or behaviors. To put it mildly. Right? Rotation. What? Block type. Block type. Block type. Like if we look at source, this is it. This is the entire file. So it's pulling ore stone. Block type. This should be like behaviors or something like that, in my opinion. We need some consistent naming here. So let's go back to the editor so we can find behavior, gathering, breaking, or iron quality 0. Okay, how about gold? Behavior, gathering, breaking, quality 0. Copper, I'm going to guess, is the same thing. Yeah. It's weird. Usually when it's light like that, there's actually a value, but it's not. So, cobalt is pulling from shale. Behavior, gathering, breaking, quality 0. Okay. So we go from quality 0 and then we go to adamantite. Interesting. The ore, adamantite, looks like it only now ever appears in this type of rock. Which is weird. Because you'd think that... because there was a bunch of adamantite ore in other types. There's no ore in that one. There's ore in that one, but not that one. Weird. Rock magma cooled. Let's go back to behavior, gathering. Quality 4. What does this quality do? Is that the gate? I bet you this is the gate behind what breaks what. Because if we look at the mithril, quality is 5. Okay. So if we look at the pickaxe, and we look at, say, iron, functionality, tool, specs, cobalt. You see the quality here, but if we go to the adamantite pick, interactions, block, functionality, tool, specs, you can see the quality matches, but like this. So if we then go to mithril, but if that's the case, then there's no way to get mithril. Because if we go to mithril, functionality, tool, specs, 13. Yeah. There's no, like, how are you supposed to mine mithril? Because its quality level is set to 5. There's no tool that's set that high. So either I'm off base with what they're using that value for, or mithril is still not really a viable thing, because a mithril pick not setting the quality to 5 means this would not be able to mine mithril whatsoever. So you can see gathering break and quality 4 just to mine the ore is a thing that we would need. Item tool spec. Where is that used? Anyway, let's look at tool pickaxe mithril. So it would be, able to mine adamantite, but not mithril, because the quality is not set. Interaction, so, so we can test this. Let's go back to the hammer. And look at mining hammer. And functionality. And tool. And specs. And here. And go quality 5. 5. Go here. And go or adamantite. Quality 5. I guess we can try this. And then hammer. We can go adamantite mining hammer. Functionality, tool, specs. Quality here is 0. Well, we're going to do this 5, and we're going to drop this to 0.25. And then ore adamantite, we want this quality to be 4. Ooh, there's a tooltip. That's what I like to see. But none of these other ones have it. But it's on their way. See, and this is the kind of tool. This is the kind of tool, or whatever team is behind this tool. This is the kind of thing that I would love to like. I could be a part of the team that makes that updates this and fixes this and gets it working. Because this is most likely done in C#, and I would have very little to have to learn nitty-gritty style to actually do this. This kind of rendering, this would be either somebody else's job, or I would have to have somebody walk me through how exactly this works, because the rendering side of things is not my forte. But plugging things in like these tooltips, that is something that, that's a thing that I could do. Let's see. I'd have to know what the tooltips do. I couldn't just write stuff, because I don't know what these do yet. Okay, so this here, quality 4. So this should mean that oh man, of course I'm in. I'm still in. Let's see. And I don't think these needed any sort of quality to mine cobalt and thorium. But because the quality is 0 on these two, it means you cannot mine them. But it should be... We need 4 for here. Same with thorium. Tool specs. 4 for here. Okay. Now, if I go back to base game, pick. If we look at pickaxe cobalt specs, yeah, I think that's 100% what that quality is. So you see the cobalt pick or adamantite is 4, which matches the quality, right? So those two have to match. It's either match or be at or greater than quality, right? Greater than or equal to. So if the quality of this set is greater than or equal to the value of like the ore, of the quality of the ore, if those qualities, I hope it's greater than or equal to, then it's a valid strike. It's a valid hit. Which is why it's concerning that mithril doesn't match mithril. This is either a bug, an oversight on the team, that a mithril pick is unable to mine a mithril ore vein. So we look at adamantite. Again, adamantite, either I'm misunderstanding how mithril is even mined, or it's still unmineable. Or maybe you have to use explosives. I don't know. They didn't put out any information that I'm aware of. But what is the rock, soils, woods? Yes. So this is the other thing. This quality of rock, this is why the hammers were not mithril mining hammer, soils, soft, rocks. There it is. So 5. Benches, volcanic rocks, 5. So if we look at tool, adamantite pick, woods, soils, rocks 5, benches, and then volcanic rocks is 0. I don't know. Maybe they've abandoned volcanic rocks. Maybe. But volcanic rocks is 5. And normal rocks is 5. So let's look at adamantite mining hammer. And we want this to be 5. We want this to be 5. No, not rocks. This to be 5. This is probably why they were not able, this was not able to do this. So then if we go back to the Hytale domain and we go basalt. So if we look at basalt rock basalt, no, that's resource type. We need the actual block. Rock basalt. There we go. And then behavior, gathering, breaking, quality 1. So this is why we were not able to break basalt itself, but we were able to break the ore, because I'm guessing the ore quality is different. So then if we look at rock underscore item droplet. Where is it? Rock. Here we go. Rock aqua. Ooh, that's fancy. Basalt. We just looked at that. Calcite. Has anybody found calcite in the world? Like, where is calcite? I mean, it's obviously a thing that exists, but calcite, brick, wall, stairs, beam. I'm seeing a lot of like rock. There it is. Rock calcite. Crafting. Behavior. Gathering. Breaking. Yeah, I've not seen ads, but might not generate at all. Chalk we've definitely seen. Concrete we haven't seen. Crystal. Behavior. Gathering. Breaking. Rocks. Where are the drops? Show all properties. Oh. Drop list. Ah, yeah, there it is. Drop list empty. Empty. This is why the pink blocks don't drop anything. But like the red, that does not look red. If we look at that, drop list, rock crystal red. Interesting. I got distracted. Okay. Apparently diamonds are in the game. Here I thought they left diamonds out specifically. But yeah, diamonds are apparently in the game. This is not the shape of diamonds, by the way. This is not the natural crystalline shape of diamonds. It's just, they just did the same. You know, if they want Zephyr, there's a Zephyr gem. I think they should have customized the shape of all these to actually mimic the shape of the actual crystal itself. Anyway, let's move on. Lime, magma. Okay, magma, behavior, gathering, breaking. Okay, quality of this is 0. Marble is probably, I'm guessing, 0. Peach. Apparently there's this is a really ugly looking block. Quartzite. Runic. Has anybody found salt yet?
I haven't.
Apparently there's not even a gathering soul. Yeah, you can't. I don't think it exists. So they haven't implemented that yet. Sandstone. I want to find shale, slate, stone, volcanic. So this is the stuff that's really hard to break. Volcanic rocks. Quality 0. Okay, well. Okay, why is this? Rock, volcanic, cobble. Yeah, it's not. The gather type is there, but the quality is not there. So I don't know. Volcanic cracked lava. Let's see if there's any. Nope. Poisoned. Wow, that's a new one. Crafting recipes. Okay. Yeah, the only crafting recipes that are like defined are the ones from the salvage thing. It's just because all of the other recipes are built into the items themselves. So it's like all the salvage recipes are all just salvage recipes. So, yeah. Maybe these resource type. Let's see. Rock volcanic. No, there's nothing in there. So, technically speaking, if I go east, and I'm going to have to... How do I speed... I don't know why creative mode doesn't work either. I don't know what would control that at all. I'm guessing it's something in the behavior, right? In the actual event. That's what I'm guessing. I knew if I went far enough, I would have a magma. And because it's single player, it's super duper fast. Okay. You would think that when it generates the map view, that the chunks would be able to load. Okay, so let's see. Get back in here. Game mode adventure. There we go. I know you guys can't see diddly squat. There's reasons. It's hitting me with all the biome numbers. Well, I am not seeing a lot of anabantite. There's some. Why are we not seeing any on the interior, though? No clip. I was hoping to have a show or flag in there, but I mean, I know this area was just generated. Where is the ore at? Not find an optional argument. What? Oh, world gen reload. I don't know what reload does. Clear. It's regenerating the chunks. There we go. There's some ore. Still can't see any in X-ray mode. I was hoping to actually be able to see the ore in here, just to kind of gauge what we're looking at. I'm in creative mode. Why am I not getting all the items? Okay, so what? Excuse me? What? Okay, let's go to main menu and go back in. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, there was something going weird with the... There we go. I get the feeling that is... What in the world is going on here? Why are those floating on the ceiling? Moving on. What kind of rock is this? Okay, that's 2 hits. 1 hit. Yeah, I can't see diddly. Why is it when nighttime happens, it gets darker in the cave? So at least that's working. But this sound effect... Oh, there we go. Why is there no sound effect? With this rock. It's issues like this that's like, how is this... How did this break this much? Like... The soil works. Pick. Nope. So I don't know if this could be my client. You know, I haven't restarted my client in a while. So yeah, some like this rock here, slate does it. Soil does it, I know that. Yeah. Regular old stone, like I don't know if the stone variants, if the sound effect just got mismapped or something. I didn't mess with any of the sound effect settings. Like maybe it got renamed. I can look at that. Let's see. Game mode. Well, I mean the pick isn't giving me. Yeah, see, the pick isn't giving me sound effects either. Can one of you guys go into a single player world and see if just regular stone gives you a sound effect with a pick? If I'm just something just weird happened with my game? See if cobble. Yeah, see cobble. Bricks? Nope. This is so weird, and not to mention this weird issue. So like I don't know. Yeah, I remember making sound effects on the server. I know it was like breaking blocks. So I don't know what just happened where something just I don't know. I'm gonna guess this is shenanigans. But yeah, I've got another update. Well, let's yeah. As far as sound effects go, I didn't mess with sound effects at all on any of this stuff. So I don't know what would have mismatched that. Like wood gives it to me. Soil does. I don't know if there's any gravel around here to speak of. Crystals, 100% give me a thing. Gravel? Yeah, gravel gives it to me. How about hammer time? Yep. But rock does not. At all. Okay. So those that type of rock. Nope. Weird. It was the gravel that was giving me the sound effect. So I don't know what just happened. I really don't. Slate isn't doing it either. It's just weird, like suddenly the sound effects are just not playing. I mean, I'm assuming it is something with my client that is just bad because I haven't restarted in a while. So report a bug or feedback. I'm sure people are using that feature quite a bit right now. Anybody who's on a server is probably using that feature. So yeah, I would love to play some more, but it's like nigh unplayable. The server anyway. I mean, the single player might be fine. But having us on the server, it's just unusable. The lag is, it's just unbearable. It's constant. Every, I don't know, it's about every 3 seconds there's a second or more of lag on a dedicated server. How about these? Are these? Yeah. Something bizarre happened with things and stuff. Okay, well, unfortunately, we did a little bit of modding today. So yeah, we did a little bit of modding today, at least looking at the system, updating the hammers. And I'll post that in the members chat. I have no idea what to do about the sound effects. I really hope it's just my client that's doing that, and I just restart the client. It's like it lost the thread of the sound effect of breaking stone. Because not even the pickaxe didn't even like play the sound. So I'm thinking like there's something going on there. You know, something I'm overlooking or something. So, anyway, yeah. I was really hopeful on update 2. We've been waiting all week for update 2. And like it was a giant step backwards in terms of game performance and playability. I think the team is just rushing. They want to maintain the pace. They want to maintain like the hype, basically. Because they're probably excited about it too, and I don't blame them. But the rush to get stuff in and features and stuff, I think it's detrimental, right? Because what's the saying? There's a saying that I learned years ago when talking to someone about a project. Like, and I'm going to paraphrase this, but somebody can probably tell me exactly what the quote is, but a project can be done right. A project can be done quickly. Pick one. And so you can have one or the other. You cannot have both. And you know, the expectation of doing it right and very fast it's it drives people away, and so a team that is driving either themselves to do it fast, or a manager who's also trying to do it fast, is you're gonna wind up with problems. So I think that while it would be nice to see updates frequently, I think that core code updates should be spread out further, but content updates that don't touch code, right? If you're going to implement bricks and whatever, like new creatures, new NPCs, or integrate more. Wow, I'm getting spammed on the server. Entity has moved into a chunk that isn't currently loaded. Oh shit, I've got a lot of those. Wow, entity has moved into a chunk that isn't currently loaded.
Yeah, that was me trying to go through the teleporter.
Wow.
And I just kept bouncing back and forth. I couldn't get out of it. I was stuck in a loop of bouncing back between both teleporters.
Which is weird, because the one at home is not actually pointing to anywhere anymore. That teleporter I set to no warp. It shouldn't be warping anybody anywhere. Let me load in and just verify that was done. Yeah, it's for some reason it didn't take. Let me change that to no warp. Are you going to... Okay, good. Yeah. For some reason the warp effect is still on there, but yeah, it should be good. So let's see, with nobody loaded, let's see what happens. Not getting any lag at all right now on the server.
Yeah, well, I was in there before I went to the teleporter. I wasn't having any either.
So it's like when there's one person, it's fine. But the moment you have another person join, it goes to hell. Because yeah, it's not, there's not a single hiccup at all. I have not lagged once. But the moment there's another player in the system, it's just like the whole thing just kind of throws up all over the place. Which is unfortunate because
yeah,
it's the like multiplayer is kind of the purpose of the game. Like doing a single player is fine and all, but the meat and potatoes of this game is going to be multiplayer. So other highlights of the update, not really. Like it was supposed to be a major update for the server refactor to fix a bunch of thread issues with the server, which I think they probably did, but to the detriment of the performance of the server in some way. Whatever things they instituted for the server caused enough overhead to where there's more than one person to sync, like it just breaks down completely. I mean, other than that, the big thing about this update was ore generation, like changing ore gen. And we really didn't get a chance to explore that enough. But I think it is better, the fact that we were able to find more adamantite at the very least. It was better. And the problem with the ore gen stuff, personally, ore gen, from what I can see or what I have seen, ore gen is not well, let me switch over to there. Ore gen is not data driven. And so there's no like way similar, like Vintage Stories Origin is purely data driven. So if you want to compare and contrast, the ores in Vintage Story are defined in JSON. The origin is a different directory, and you can define the origin, all the different rock types it appears in, the different grades, right? Low, medium, and high grade for the chunks that you get. So it's a really robust system that you can just dynamically add ore to the origin, and you can control depth, size of the vein, how frequent, lots and lots of variables. From what I can see in Hytale right now, origin is code based. It's not data driven. It is done in code, and there are one or two mods that have tried to basically hook into that functionality with a data-driven architecture to try to data drive origin. But the problem is the generator for the whole world has to be like changed, because like there's a coal ore mod out there that changes the generator, like world generator, to add coal ore, and you need to change the generator the world uses to that one, right? Via this world gen function. So world gen help. Oh, that's helpful. So there are some commands that you can set that actually changes what world gen architecture is used in the world. And if you try to supplement the ore in the world, you right now you need to mod in via Java the ore in the ore generator. And I think they're trying to change this with Oregen v2 to a more data-driven architecture. But there's a problem with that I've already seen come up, right? And that is speed. When you have a super, super complex node graph system for generating any single biome, every biome is going to have one of these. Just a giant graph of all the different rocks and heights and all the different bits and bobs, and it's just going to be a massive, like, huge amount of data. And every biome is going to have one of those. And God forbid if they integrate like tree generators and stuff, it's going to be even worse. But what I've seen people posting when they produce a reasonable replication of something like this, of this biome, right? If they just produce something that looks like this, it takes much longer to generate because of how complex the node graphs and stuff have to be. Because you have multiple noise functions, you have multiple different settings for height and all of this, and the game is dynamically loading all of those and having to coordinate all of those to actually generate what you think you want, and have it data driven. It's great, and it gives you an immense amount of control over the biomes and what they look like and what things generate and blah 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 blah. But even getting something as simple as little pond like this, right? You're gonna have to then add a whole nother branch with a noise function and with a whole different set of block definitions. Every little feature that you want in a biome is gonna need enormous amounts of data to drive how that works. And so people have been reporting the generator itself, and this could obviously be improved over time and optimized, but right now getting something passable as a biome, even recognizable as a biome, takes a lot of processing power. So each chunk that generates is like, it's going to take a while. Because I don't even think a lot of these biomes that people are generating right now with World Gen V2 in its very early state, I don't know how much of those have cave systems or even stuff in the cave systems. I haven't seen anybody posting screenshots of their actually adding prefabs, like random camps and random stuff in that design. So I don't know how much of that is optimi- like how much of that can be optimized. Because in the end, the generator is generating millions of blocks. And no matter which way you slice it, it takes a while. Especially depending on how many prefabs you have and trees. The tree generator is crazy. Like, typically they're crazy complex. I mean, I've seen some minor evidence that the trees might be prefabs. I've seen a little bit of evidence of that, but I can't be 100% sure. Where they're just like pasting in, maybe you have 5 different variants of said tree and you're pasting it in. You know, the generator is just like, put one of these here and then rotate it 90 degrees and put one of those here. And it's just like, you're taking a tree prefab and you're just popping it in a bunch of places, and then you're maybe generating a little bit of bushes and stuff like that to mix it up a little bit. I don't know how much of the tree generator is random and how much of it is like not random. Really? You're just gonna chill up there, dude? So like the state of multiplayer now is not playable. Like we had so many lag spikes and stuff. I'm gonna wait and see what happens in the next day or two to see if anybody else starts reporting this problem. Because yeah, I don't think it's a mod. We really don't have any intense mods, and we disabled the ones we had left. Like, I removed the animal breeding mod. We disabled the magnet to try to see if it was that. Nothing worked. So I honestly don't think it's a mod that's doing it. And we could spin up a server. Like, I'm sure Renegade probably could spin up a server that's just, there's 0 mods on it, and we could test that. I wouldn't want to do that with this one, because it would eliminate all the stuff in our inventory if we logged in again. But yeah, it's, oh man, I don't know. I was excited about update 2. And yeah, if anybody out there is running their own server, I'd be interested to know if you run into the same lag spike, and if you're just coming in now, and you're like, what lag spikes? Well, let me tell you, there's some crazy lag spikes. So, yeah, I'm not. Let's see. Yeah, we didn't even look at the necromancy grimoire. It's so funny seeing people trying to pronounce grimoire. 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 It's just grimoire. Yeah, updates to farming. That's very generic. I don't know what that means. UI, UX improvements. We already kind of found that. Like, the frustration with builder mode. Audio and visual effects. Well, we've discovered audio effects. Bug fixes, tech and stability. Yeah. We don't have any map mods. I have been very careful with which mods I have, with which mods I try. So, yeah, I'm not really seeing. I don't like this post at all. Somebody says, because Simon had posted that he wants to create a team to do a mechanical power system in Hytale, which caused a frenzy. And somebody posted and they said, I don't know about anybody else, but for a fantasy themed game like Hytale, I'd love to see automation lean more into magic rather than lots of physical machinery. Physical systems tend to get complicated really fast, while a magic-based approach feels way more fitting and unique. Simon actually posted, I agree, but I will say a bit of both. Let physical and magic work together in harmony. I would have to wholeheartedly disagree with this. Mechanical systems are mechanical. It's spinning gears. Where's magic coming into that? Magic.
Could use the magic to generate the power required for the system.
Okay, but how? The fundamental problem with magic, and this is a fundamental problem in the fantasy genre, if you read books, the fundamental problem with magic is all too often it is used as a this fixes everything sort of thing, right? And any sort of series or any sort of content that I've ever consumed that has a magic system, like, you kind of fall into this trap of this thing that could damn near solve any problem instantaneously. And suddenly everything becomes a part of it. A good example is one of the best examples of the whole narrative falling apart because of magic. If anybody ever watched the TV series The Originals. So The Originals was about the original, like, and I'll go into briefing the lore. So you have The Originals, which was about the original vampires, which was a family that were created. It was like, what, three brothers and a sister or something. Like, it's like all these siblings were created by they were created. They were turned into vampires by their mother by a big giant magic spell, right? To prevent them from getting sick and dying and whatever, so protect them in some way. And so they were the originals, and all of their progeny, right? This is where the vampire lore comes from. This is the whole lore about the original, the whole world that they built. Well, in the TV show, this TV show devolves into nothing but magic. It is constant. Every fucking plot line in this show devolves into magic. The witch is casting a spell, the other witches casting another spell to counter the spell. It's nothing but magic. It has very little to do with the vampires, right? I'm a vampire nerd. I love the lore about vampires, so that's why I was watching this series. But it was like the witches cast the thing because in the world the lore was you can't kill an original because killing the original kills all of their progeny, right? And so they had this rule in this show where this is why the originals were untouchable, because you would literally erase an entire bloodline of vampires by killing the original, and so they were protected, inherently protected. Well, partway through the series, guess what? Oh, here's a bunch of witches casting a spell that erases that problem. And so now it's open season. And so it's like you present the audience with a rule and a structure and a world and a lore, and magic systems obliterate that. They negate anything and everything that you set up as rules in the world, because it's magic. You can just do it and you just reverse whatever, right? So when you introduce a magic system into a game or anything like that, you run the risk of suddenly the magic system now is the dominant system. Why fight with swords if I can cast a spell that just obliterates my enemies in one shot? That's where we're headed in a magic system. That doesn't even matter with mods. Like Spiffing Brit has shown in more than many games, doesn't matter if there's mods or not, the base game has the base game can have things that stack on top of one another. You have effects that stack and percentages that stack, and suddenly you can do, 200% damage to somebody's hit points, and boom, you can smite them on the spot. This is where you come up with magic systems. So the same is true with like mechanical power. Here's a magic system that's for mechanical power, and now what do? Now you're limited by the magic system from mechanical power. You're running the risk of there's no scalability. If you place a magic siphon machine in a chunk, then that has a finite amount of quote unquote power that you can supply. Then you go to another chunk, and then you go to another chunk, and suddenly your world is enormous, and it's your thing is so big that your chunks are unloading, and now you need chunk loaders, and that causes problems. Versus just building a few water wheels or windmills, and there's your power. I don't understand why people are against mechanical systems. If you're going to have a mechanical system, it should be mechanical. It should make sense. Windmills, water mills, right? And to a certain extent, you could do geothermal. Steam, you could pump steam down to the magma layer, or water, you could pump water down there and pump steam back up and use that to turn a turbine, either to generate mechanical power or electrical power. That's your only other choice, basically. And so those are fine, but if you're integrating magic, like there's no barrier to what kind of shenanigans you can get up to with that. Nor does it make sense. So like I would imagine a magic system, which is fine. There have been a couple magic mods that I've enjoyed. Or over the years, but they're all rooted in some limitation, right? Thaumcraft, there was a limit to your magic in Thaumcraft inherently. Same with astral sorcery, which I loved. I loved astral sorcery. I think that mod was phenomenal. But it was rooted in reality. It was rooted in physical reality. So, like, I don't know what's, like, Simon just was like, I agree. I would say a bit of both. Let the physical and magic work together. I don't know what in his brain, but he didn't elaborate on that. I would have to sit down in a meeting and be like, what do you mean by that? Physical and magic working together, they are fundamentally mutually exclusive systems. Physical and magic. Magic is ethereal. Magic is... It's almost like if you quantified faith. That's what magic is. Is like, it just exists because it is. Because you believe in it. It's magic. And it can do whatever you want. Right? Even authors that really try to create a good system struggle. Like, a good example is Lord of the Rings. You have, and I'm gonna reference the movies because the book is, it's been 20 years since I've read the book. But the movies, how often in the movies of Lord of the Rings does Gandalf actually use his magic? Actually show that he's powerful? Very, very rarely. And why? You have a effing wizard. What are the limitations? What are the rules of magic in that world? I still don't know. Right? How, if in the second movie where the army is going to Helm's Deep, and I know I'm on a way big tangent here, the army is going to Helm's Deep, Gandalf leaves. It's like the one dude, right? The one dude who's a goddamn wizard who should be able to just obliterate the entire army in one shot. He opts out and he goes to get some horse dudes. He goes to get, like, the Rohirrim. And why? Why didn't Gandalf, as a wizard, stay and just smite all those fools? What's the limit here? What are we doing? So he can create light with his staff, and he does that a couple times, and it's like, oh, that's great. He's a bona fide flashlight. Like, what? So the only other major magic, or the only other series that include magic that I've enjoyed was the Stormlight Archive, and Brandon really tried to center the magic system in a physical limiting factor, right? Magic in that world was refreshed by a very specific thing, and it could run out, right? It was like a well, a pool that could be depleted if not refreshed on a regular basis. And so you had a fundamental magic system that had limiting factors, right? And so, but still, the magic, when it existed, was so overwhelmingly powerful, right? The people who could wield it could immediately heal themselves, could restore limbs, it was crazy how powerful the magic was. The fact that it was finite was fine, but it was still crazy powerful, which is why you have to limit it in some way. So the mana system, the cookie cutter mana system that they have planned, if we look at this, you can see mana, right? It's not implemented yet, which is why it's 0, but mana is where they're headed. A mana system that either naturally refreshes or whatever, a very standard sort of magic system, which is fine. But how does that relate to a water wheel? How does that relate to generating mechanical power? I don't know. I don't know somebody's instinct that's like, they get complicated. The mechanical systems get complicated. It's like, it's really not. You have 5 water wheels that are producing power, and that goes into your factory. How is that complicated? That's the easiest thing about a factory like that. Now, the mechanical power somehow influencing something that's magical, I don't know how these two systems mesh. But I would still like to be on that. I still like to help and be on that team to be like, hey, let's actually do this. But I don't know, like, Simon's disposition, I don't know how open he is to criticism. I don't know how open he is to basically sitting down and saying, this doesn't make sense. If I were to sit down, this doesn't make sense. What do you mean by this? Like, I don't know how open he is to hearing those kinds of things. There are some people in his position, basically creative directors, who don't ever want anybody to disagree with him or push back. That some people get to a point in their career or whatever where they don't ever want people disagreeing with them, right? George Lucas. This happened with George Lucas when he made the prequel trilogy. Like, this is what happens. You get Jar Jar Binks when there's nobody in the room that says, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Right? The same is true with anybody. So having somebody around that pushes back, I think, is important. You need somebody to be like, let's pump the brakes here for a second and think about this. This is stupid. Like, we need more people like that we need that to be a job title, right? What would you call that? Like, because everybody high level, like, I think one of the people that is probably the worst for this right now is Todd Howard in Bethesda. Like, I think he is surrounded by people who just never push back on anything he says. And so people like that, companies like that need to be like, all right, we're going to hire a contrarian that speaks their mind, right? I think anybody powerful or successful needs somebody like that in their life. Just somebody that says, nah, this is not going to work. This is not going to, you're not going to sell very many copies, like, whatever. Not necessarily somebody whose sole job it is to disagree with you. I think that sometimes the person is going to be right. A lot of times they're going to be right. I think it would be their job to be an independent thinker and say, you know what? Either this is right, or I can see how this works, or hey, convince me, right? But whose job is protected if they disagree. If you're in a meeting, I'm going to spitball this, right? If I was sitting in a boardroom meeting, or a conference room meeting, not a boardroom, but a conference room meeting, where you had Todd Howard and a lot of their developers and designers, and it was a meeting about, like, designing Elder Scrolls 6. And I was sitting in this meeting with this position of speak your mind, your job is protected, speak your mind. And somebody started bringing up topics that were obviously not going to work. And I'll leave your imagination to what those might be. But topics that were not going to be commercially successful. And you have to have somebody in that position that, while the discussion is going on, has the ability to say, everybody stop. Everybody needs to stop. This is never going to work. And I'll tell you why. Because 10 games have come out in the last 2 years that have failed spectacularly, that do exactly what you're talking about. So this is not commercially viable, and it's not going to be commercially successful, and you're going to be vilified by the community. So don't do this. Now, Todd Howard could hear that and be like, okay, tell me more. Or he could hear that and be like, Now we're going to still do it. And I'd be like, all right, that's fine. I get paid either way, right? But as a consultant, as an employee in that position, to say this is not going to work, right? And tell people honestly, because there's a lot of people on those levels that don't have anybody that does that. So it's people like in a project like Hytale. The problem is there are so many people that want to support and become successful in the community that they're not willing to disagree or to argue with Simon or anybody on the development team at all. Right? They don't want to stir the pot. They don't want to do any of that. And so my tweet that says update 2 is unplayable on a dedicated server, right? That likely won't be seen by anybody. Even though I tagged both Hytale and Simon, I don't know how much of a blacklisted person I am anywhere because I speak my mind. But a game like this, there has to be a % of people that push back on stuff. There has to be. Most things I'm excited about. And I'm like, we're gung-ho, baby. Like, let's go. But just like with Tyrone and Vintage Story, I approached him 4 years ago with ideas that would have massively helped make Vintage Story now a contender for Hytale. It would have made it approachable or a viable alternative in terms of like a mass appeal of people. But he was not interested in that. And that's fine. He cannot be interested. Like, that's fine for him not to be interested. I'm okay with that. But you then can't complain that your sales have fallen off a cliff, your player base is non-existent, and your community has been shredded after the fact. Right? Because I'll look at you and be like, we had a conversation about this 4 years ago, and you opted out. So, okay, that's fine. But complaining now, I told you this was all going to happen. This was going to happen. So it shouldn't surprise you that it happened. I would love to know what his daily average players are and what the graph looks like for the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Because I don't know. I don't know what his numbers are. He doesn't publish them, obviously. He would know how many people are playing because you authenticate through the API. So he knows how much his authentication system is getting pinged. Those are stats he probably has internally. But the amount of mods for this game are almost at the level of Vintage Story. And it took Vintage Story 8 years to get to that point. It took this game 2 weeks. So tell me, what do you think the player base is looking like? So somebody like Simon is right now riding the tails of like hype and craze. And I think he really needs somebody in the room that is like just honest and just saying, I think this is a stupid idea, and pushes back. Because any time that I'm working on something and I'm able to either talk through it or somebody asks me questions to clarify, then I have to, like, my brain has to think. I mean, there's an example video of Elon Musk doing this in real time. Elon Musk was giving a tour of SpaceX to a YouTuber who's filming the whole
astronaut.
Right?
Yep.
And so he's in the middle of it, and the guy asked him a question. It was about thrusters and off-gassing. It was about, like, does the booster have it, or does the fuselage, like, the both systems have it? And Elon, like, literally sits and he's like, no, it's just the booster. But we could do that same system for the fuselage. He's like, I think we're going to do that. Somebody like that, on that level, on that scale, able to sit back and go, yeah, that, I didn't think about that. That's what you need. You need more of that. You need people to do that with you all the time. And not to be contrarian. Not to be like, whatever idea you spit at me, I'm going to devil's advocate and contrarian. Like that would never work, because then you're always disagreeing with somebody, and that just breeds bad blood. So if somebody is saying stuff that you yourself are like, okay, that makes a lot more sense, or just the ability to ask questions about it. Like, why are you doing this? What is this change? Having that conversation allows your mind to process it in a way that is far more helpful than having a room full of people that are just taking notes, like, let's do all this. Nobody's asking any questions. Nobody's pushing back on anything. Like, you're bad stuff happens. So my hope is that Simon, whether it's me or somebody else that he trusts, or whatever it is, to sit down and say, I have played games like this on many different levels over the last 30 years, and I'm quite familiar with progression and game design and all of the different things and the myriad of different games that I've played. So when it comes to like the fun value and the fun factor of a bell curve majority of players, I have a pretty decent understanding of how to frame something. And I see an enormous potential with Hytale. There's an enormous potential here. But it could go off the rails really fast if there's nobody there to sort of like rein in the mind. Oh, it's raining, and there's the clouds have just appeared. Rebuttal here. 10 plus years with, I mean, Vintage Story came out in like what, 2016? Foundry, it's Foundry is technically a voxel game. Foundry is under development right now. I mean, it's a voxel factory game, and it went off the rails. Foundry is off the rails. Their game loop is stale and boring. Star Rupture has short-term appeal, but needs a complete rethink on the tech tree. The game loop is there are major problems with it. So these studios that produce these games are usually very, very small, a very handful of people, very few. And so there is nobody to say, wait a second, like, can you please define that for me? Or, like, this doesn't make any sense. Why are you doing this? And only when they release something to the public do people start saying, what is going on here? And by then, they're months into a feature. It's a lot harder for them to pull back and reverse course. Right? It's the... What is the... it's called sunk cost fallacy. The sunk cost fallacy is, I have already done all of this work. I don't want to change because of all that work that I just did. Even though it would be better for the product if you did, you've already sunk all this time into it. You don't want to roll that back. I had this exact thing happen to me. And I will repeat this story because I don't know how many other people are out there. I probably have maybe 2 people. How many? We have 4 whole viewers, so that's great. Oh, Todd Howard, yeah. So the original game, Factory Town. During the development of Factory Town, I was recording a series. I was playing the game, recording a series, and massively enjoying the game. And the way that the economy worked is you delivered products to the buildings, right? The marketplace buildings, and the buildings would then distribute to the houses. And so this whole thing was like, how do you distribute stuff to the buildings and then supply the houses? And so I had my goal is to distribute all this stuff to the houses and just maximize everything. And so I was recording the series. Well, the developer had put out a post about an update coming out that completely overhauled the economic model of the game. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to destroy it. So what he was trying to do is, instead of distributing, say, bread to the bakery, where the bakery then distributed to the houses, he was changing it so you had to deliver bread to each of the goddamn houses individually. Right? For whatever reason. I don't even know. But whatever reason, he was changing it to every product had to be delivered to the houses individually. And I was like, this breaks everything about everything. Like, this is just fundamentally wrong. And so I reach out to him on Discord and I say, hey, I'm doing a series right now. And I just wanted to talk to you about this next update. I think it's a huge mistake to do this because everybody who's playing right now, this breaks all of their games, as well as the economic model of the game itself. Because then there's a finite number of things that you can deliver into these houses because they only have 4 sides and conveyor belts. This is a limit, right? You are fundamentally changing the ability to min-max these games, and a lot of the early people were trying to do that. So I was like, please either give it an option, give it a flag to say, hey, like, either deliver to the houses or deliver to the distribution centers, right? One or the other, but allow us to choose. And we were in a conversation about that, and then I was like, well, how about modding? Are you gonna, and because I'm a modding freak, I was like, are you gonna support modding at any time? And he was flatly against modding. He was staunchly against my suggestion on changing the economic model, and his excuse for doing the latter part was that he's already spent months on the new economic model. He's already done a month, and it would be really hard for me to reverse all that code out and change it back to where it was. So it was sunk cost fallacy. He was like, I already put all this work into it, I have to put it out. I was like, all right, that's fine. Like, we had our conversation. We had her back and forth, and I was like, it's your game, man. That's fine. You're against modding, and this is the economic model. And a few days later, the update was ready, and he put it out in the community. And shortly after, I did another recording session. And you can go back and watch, right? You can go back and watch the last episode of this series, of my Factory Town series. And you just watch, because I load up the game with the new version, and I start playing it, and immediately my whole brain rejects the change. I just like, this is awful. This is awful. It turns into like a nightmare spaghetti mess of delivering shit to each of these houses. It's just disastrous. And it was not fun. It was not a challenge. It was not fun at all. And so that episode, I was like, I can't play this anymore. Like, this is gonna be the last episode. And I ended it. I was like, I can't. This is horrible. Now, I kept monitoring that project because I told him, I was like, you're gonna alienate a huge amount of your early player base, and these are the people who are helping feedback. And you're going to alienate all those people, and it's going to be hard to sell more with this system because those people are all going to be like, they're going to be moving on. So like, I don't think it's going to help you at all. And sure enough, like, it was a disaster. And it took him 2 years to reverse and revert back to the original model. And guess what else he did? He introduced a modding system. So he could have saved himself 2 years of little iterations if he would have just been like, you know what, I think you're right. Like, I'm gonna reverse this out and add a modding system. So it's not that I'm always right. Obviously, I'm not. But when it comes to the situations where I reach out to somebody, a developer or something, and I reach out and I have some feedback, whether it's taken or not is irrelevant. But I am taking time, and I'm reaching out individually to give you feedback. And it is not to criticize you. It is not to criticize anything. I just want to see the game succeed in the best possible way. And the same thing with Vintage Story 4 years ago. Like, I saw the potential. I saw the crazy amount of creative freedom it would give people, especially builders, to create unbelievable works in that game. And so I saw a huge amount of potential with it. Why does it seem like nighttime is not ever ending? So getting back to this this issue of Simon's is my my stream is just that far behind. I see. So my hope is that at some level in that organization that there are people that are capable and confident enough to sit down with these discussions of gameplay mechanics and organization and management, and just saying we need to figure this out in a way that helps the community and the game succeed at its greatest potential. Because it does. It has enormous potential. But this multiplayer server, at update 2 here, is unplayable. The lag, when you have more than one person, you have to have more than one person. Development team, you cannot just spin up a dedicated server, join it, and run around and be like, oh, there's no lag. You have to have more than one person on the server. I proved that. Watch the rest of the stream. Start at the beginning. Well, the beginning was kind of a shit show because I was trying to figure out how to paste the prefab. Because there's no UI to do it. You have to do it via commands for some reason. So, skip 30 minutes into the stream, and that's where it starts. And we start experiencing the lag because we're all loaded and everything. And there's something about the server that is a lag fest. It just can't. I don't know. The thread scheduler, something about the back end server is not working quite right. It's not very fast. It's not as fast as it was. Also need them. No, you don't actually, Spy. I was lagging. I was experiencing the lag spikes, and I'm connected to the server that's on the same computer. So I'm connected to the server without packets going anywhere. It's literally connected to the server that's on my local host, right? So it's directly connecting. It's almost like I was a single player. And I was experiencing lag to the point where the server booted me because the connection timed out. How does the connection time out when I'm connected to my own server on my own computer? Something about the server was lagging so heavily that the timeout, the communication timeout, elapsed and booted 2 of us. Me and Renegade were both booted because that lag spike was so long. So I should have being connected to the same computer. I should have no issues with lag, and yet I was experiencing massive amount of lag to the point of like every 1 or 2 seconds as I was mining blocks, it would just stop, and it would just no blocks were getting broken, not even with the pickaxe, and it was just I couldn't break, and then boom, it would like boom, 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 boom. It would just like I don't know. It's hard to describe. You just have to go watch it. You know, rewind 2 hours. It's really bad when we're on the magma island. So if you find that in the timeline of the stream, when we finally go to the magma island, because I wanted to go there to see how much adamantite was being spawned, and this was after I had to update the hammer mod. Let's see if do these make sounds? They do make sounds. So weird. So yeah, if you go back and you just if you find the timeline where we are on the magma island, it's about 4 hours in or so. You'll find them just insane lag spikes that we're experiencing. And the whole time I'm like watching my server feed, and there's no major, like, there's no giant red flag that's like, this is the problem, this is the problem, this is the problem. It's you know, warnings and stuff like that. It's nothing out of the ordinary. But getting back to Spies talking about Todd Howard, 10 years without a new game. Well, you have the Elder Scrolls Online, and I don't know what year that came out. But I don't think that's Bethesda doing that. It's either not Bethesda or it's some tangentially related studio that does ESO. But they did instead of doing the heartbeats that they usually did, where they would do a Fallout or like an Elder Scrolls and then a Fallout and an Elder Scrolls and a Fallout. What you have is the Elder Scrolls, and then you have Fallout 76, which was a giant money grab. It was an attempt to monetize as like game as a subscription service, which was, of course it was. But then you have Starfield, and Starfield is why we have spent so long without one of their normal games. But the problem is with Bethesda is nobody has sat them down and said your rendering engine is shit. Stop using it. Their creation engine is so bad. Starfield looked like utter horseshit. It looked like a Bethesda game, and it was like, this is so bad. It's so bad. Just this iterative little change to the engine, and it's like, the industry has gone way beyond this. And yes, Unreal Engine has its ups. Like, there's reasons to use it and reasons not to use it. You know, Unreal 5. And I think a studio as large as Bethesda would be able to buy the highest level access to Unreal and be able to customize the engine itself to get it away from the Unreal look, because they don't have a look. But like the Oblivion remaster was done in the Unreal, and I saw videos of that. It was phenomenal looking. And so why not do that? Yeah, you're paying another studio for use of their engine, but you're also not spending a huge volume of money building your own engine, trying to maintain it. So who in Bethesda is looking at Todd Howard and going, our engine is utter horseshit. We cannot keep up with modern engines. We just can't. Like, Bethesda's engine doesn't even come close to the Witcher engine. The Witcher 3? I've seen videos of the Witcher 3. It blows away, like Skyrim, out of the water. in terms of its capabilities. So there's just no comparison. So you either find an engine that you can live with, and that's you can live with the licensing fees or whatever, but why is there nobody in those studios going, what are we doing? We're spending millions of dollars on an engine that is utter horseshit. Like, what are we doing? We're being left in the dust by all like modern games. Like, I don't understand why we're doing this. So again, like, why is there nobody in the room pushing back on anything? Because there needs to be a little bit of that. Yeah. CDPR. They're switching. They're supposedly switching to Unreal 5. Their tech demo, which used Witcher assets for the next Witcher 4. It was a tech demo. It wasn't a demo of the game. It was a tech demo. It was a pre-scripted tech demo. But yes, it used Unreal 5, and it looked fucking unbelievable. It looked awesome. So you either try to compete and get left behind, or you figure out a way to make it work. But Bethesda is. I have a feeling if Bethesda doesn't make the switch, if they are very dug in, and they don't make the switch, Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be it's going to be a flop on an epic scale. It's going to fail on an epic scale. And the same is true, by the way, with GTA. The next GTA game, if it's dated, which I don't think it is, but I think the studio, Rockstar, right? I think it's Rockstar. I don't know what engine they use. I think they have their own engine, and it's usually pretty good. I mean, it's pretty good, but obviously everybody's going to compare it to Unreal 5. Star Rupture is on Unreal 5, and the landscapes, like, that is beautiful. The detail and the rocks and they did that engine is unbelievable. And I don't even have a very beefy system, and that game was like, holy shit, look at it's amazing. And it's a small studio, and it's a small team, and they're using that engine, and it is phenomenal. I can't imagine what a giant studio with a huge amount of engineers that are and artists and stuff that are pushing the limits. So, like, what engine is Rockstar using? And what does it look like? I've not really seen any direct trailer of actual gameplay footage. I think everything has been pre-rendered or at least scripted and polished in a way that doesn't necessarily represent final footage. But Bethesda certainly is 10 years behind. Like, Starfield was 10 years. I mean, it was literally, it looked like Skyrim in space. Character models, like, they were like, the lighting, everything about it was just like, God, this looks so bad. But getting back to Hytale, they have a huge platform here that could be unbelievable. It could be unbelievable. And I really want to see it succeed. Just like I wanted Vintage Story to succeed. And Tyrone, like, the frustrating, in the middle of Hytale, the first week, in the middle of Hytale's just stratospheric launch, what does Tyrone tweet out? If anybody follows him and watches the Vintage Story account, literally, like, the day or the day of or the day after Hytale went public, and you had 2 million people playing it, and the modding community exploded, Tyrone tweets out a short clip of him rotating stuff on a shelf. It's like, look, you can you can put stuff on a shelf and rotate it. I'm like, well, okay. That's not going to move the needle, buddy. I mean, I'm sorry. I love Vintage Story. It's in a near and dear place in my heart. I love it, and I wanted to succeed. I wanted to compete. But when you're focused on that, it's a problem. Oh yeah, I'm catching up with chat. id Software, Jesus. I don't even know what happened to id, if they've been shut down. Their last Doom game wasn't even a Doom game. It was a standard looter shooter with... I mean, it didn't even look like a Doom game. From the clips that I saw, it was like... It looked like an elven city, and it was just this weird architecture, and yet there were demons in it. And I was like, I don't know what's going on here, but this does not look at all like a Doom game. Right? It was a parkour looter shooter, and I was just like, Jesus. It's what happens when you get people making a game that know nothing about the game they're making. Like, nothing about, it's the same thing what happens with writers in Hollywood. When you get a bunch of writers that don't know or understand the source material, you get some cookie cutter bullshit that people are like, what is this? So the same thing is happening. Starfield was an amazing day. Well, we found the Starfield fan. Yeah, we found him. Starfield, like, there was a huge amount of hope and like gung-ho, like Starfield is a Bethesda game in space. Like, oh my god, this is great. And then it was a disaster because you'd land on a planet and there'd be just this cookie cutter random gen planet. And it's just... I watched a lot of footage of Starfield because I was on the fence about whether to buy it. $60 is a huge outlay for me. So it's like, is this going to be a game? It's like, nothing about that game was interesting. It just wasn't. Problem with Unreal. Well, lazy. I mean, lazy with everything is a big statement. Unreal 5 allows you and your art team a lot of freedom, but it's up to the game director. It's up to the people who are making decisions to put a border. They put a border or a fence around the creativity and say you can be creative, but within limits. Right? You have to structure it that way, because you can't have an art team that's like, we're gonna slap this statue that has 2 billion polygons, and we're gonna slap this statue in here willy-nilly, and we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to optimize it. That's lazy, and that I understand. It's up to the director to sit down and be like, we're not going to do that, because when you do that, that inflates the size of the download, and you have to look at the bigger picture. We're gonna, maybe not 2 billion polygons, but we can shrink that down to 50 million. Shrink that down, and now you've just saved an enormous amount in the 3D object definition. The texture map doesn't really change all that much. But yeah, I think that it's up to the game it's up to the people like doing the decisions to put scope on the project. And there's too many people in that situation who don't have people in the room who are like, you need to optimize that a little bit. It's wasteful. It's stupid. You don't need a statue with 2 billion polygons. It's imperceptible to the human eye if something is that detailed. So anyway, bought an Xbox when the game came out, looked at it, ended up not getting it. You bought a console for a game and you're like, maybe not. Starfield had a multiplayer during beta, but not... Oh my god, they had multiplayer for the beta, and Holy shit. Wow.
That's a big duh moment right there.
That is a... What the hell are you doing? Obviously, I mean, the code probably wasn't polished and stuff, but... Yeah, it was... Starfield was a giant empty game. Like, what happens when you have a finite number of artists, level designers, POI designers, when you have a finite number of those, and an enormous, almost infinite amount of space? Stuff is so far apart from one another. Stuff is so rare and random. You don't ever experience it. You land on a planet, some random planet, you land, and it's like, what's around me? There's not really much around me. There's a POI here that I've cleared 4 or 5 times on other planets. There's a POI over here that I've cleared 10 times. There's nothing there. And then the wokeness of the storylines, it turned people off, and it was just like, you know, you got this female character going, I'm a clone of a man, and it's like, if you're a clone of a man, you're a man, because you're a clone. The definition of a clone is you're a copy. So you're either a really bad copy or you're not a clone at all. So the other thing about Starfield is, how about you have somebody on staff that has a remote understanding of science, who can raise their hand and be like, can we please at least tangentially be related to science as it is in reality? Because yeah, it would be nice. I'm a big sci-fi nerd, so when I see like egregious problems with decisions in sci-fi entertainment, I'm like, this is horrible. You don't need a physicist on staff. You need somebody like me who is just like, I have a student of science. I have a really good understanding of a lot of different sciences, because I have spent, you know, most of my life learning as much as I can about geology, astronomy, biology, genetics, quantum physics, and it's like, just having a rudimentary understanding, I could like very much have an impact on a piece of entertainment of people just like, this wouldn't really happen. The Clone Planet, oh my god, I never played it. Like, I watched people playing it, and there was enough about it that I was like, no, I'm gonna opt out of this one. Because yeah, $60 game is not easy for me to spend. I mean, that's a minimum of 2 months of YouTube revenue for one purchase, and it's like, I can't do it. I can't justify. So I have to be very picky and choosy. So they had a whole planet to clone humans, and it was like, oh my god, if that's true, that is dark. That's essentially the plot of the movie The Island with Ewan McGregor.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
We're gonna clone a bunch of people and then harvest the organs. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Somebody on staff probably watched The Island and was like, hey, how about we have a planet that just clones people and harvests them? You bought Sky. Well, I mean, yeah, the game, simple enough. You know, if you're a looter shooter fan, that scratched an itch. It's in space. You have a ship. You could even customize your ship. I can't even imagine how much code that took to customize your ship. And then you have the whole like system where you finish the storyline and you level up and you become this weird ethereal creature that's outside of time, and then you can reset yourself and go back and play it all again. And it's like, we're gonna do it all again, new game plus, and now it's the new game plus idea is like we want a game to be replayable, but we really don't want to invest a lot of time into it. New Game Plus is just like, we're gonna have the same game, but there's gonna be a flag that's like, how many times have we played through this? And that's just a multiple on the hit points and blah 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 and the damage, because every time you play through it, your character is gonna level up and get more powerful, and then you're gonna just rinse and repeat. A person is only capable of doing that so many times. Most people. Yeah, the big issue that I had with Starfield, and the fact that so many years have passed since Skyrim. So I'm like, all right, I played Skyrim several times with various DLCs. I was very familiar with Skyrim. And here we are years and years later, 10 years later, with Starfield, which is the next big Bethesda game with the engine. And you still had the loading. You still had every little thing you did, you had to go through this loading screen. Right? Whereas before, I was watching somebody play through The Witcher 3, there was no loading screen. You were in the forest and you walked down into a cave and you just walked into the cave. And the cave was there and there were creatures in there and you fought the creatures and you left the cave and you just left the cave and you were out back in the forest again. And then you could ride your horse to the town and the town was just there and you could go into the town, any of the buildings that were open, there were no loading screen. So I watched that right in between. I played Skyrim. Then years went by, and I watched The Witcher 3. Somebody play through that, and then a little while later, Starfield came out, and I was like, Starfield looks like it made a giant step backwards, right, to the Skyrim era, whereas Witcher 3 was like, this is the progression of these engines, right? This is the evolution of these engines, not to have these loading screens. So why did Starfield have it? Well, it's because the people who did it didn't bother implementing that. They just abstracted. They just tried to patch. They just tried to. And so it was like the team, once Witcher 3 came out, the team should have, members of the team should have played it and been like, oh shit, we are in trouble. We need to go back to the engine and do stuff. But nobody did. Why? They probably approached Todd Howard, or they probably approached some executives and said, we need to refactor some of this engine because we're like this game came out and it blows us away. We can't even like come close to this. And either they didn't do that, or they did that and they were shut down by the powers, right? And so what happens in a team when the people who want it to succeed come forward and say, we really needed this feature, and they're still shut down by the people who they don't have enough people stopping them and going, right, I'm going to veto that decision. So I think like everybody in that state needs somebody to do that, right? Elon Musk needs somebody, an assistant of some kind, or whatever the title is, contrarian, or the chief executive of keeping it real. Just shadow him most of the time. Just be like, hey, like show up to work and you're shadowing him and you're in meetings, and just like kind of like the author did when Isaac, when he wrote the biography. I mean, he shadowed Elon for 2 years. 2 years. Meetings and all these other things to write this, and eventually, by the end, Elon, he was a confidant. And Elon would call this guy up and be like, I don't know, like, what's going on here? What's going on there? And the guy would give him feedback and information. And it's like Elon, I think, recognized that he needed that. And he appreciated that more so than anything else. And I think a lot of people need that. I think it's helpful. Chief executive, keeping it real. Or senior vice president or executive vice president of Keeping It Real. You could be like EVP of Keeping It Real or KIR or whatever. EVP KIR. So yeah. Hopefully Hytale's team, engine team. So Renegade, if you're available,
Yeah.
see if you can hop back on the server. I kind of want to see what happens. If you can.
Give me-
You should be able to portal because I did set that to no warp, so when you warp through it shouldn't bounce you right back out. And that was it does that because the damn they one of the change logs was they changed all the offset by the teleporter because it used to spit you out like 3 or 4 blocks in front, and they changed it so it's 0 blocks, but they should have changed it so it's they should have changed it so it was like more than 0 blocks. Okay, so Renegade's here, like he made it, thank goodness. So let's see if there is any issue. Oh, there it is. I mean, it's not happening as nearly as often as it was. What happens when you start breaking blocks? Like, I just want to know, like, why are we not? Was it Alsa's fault all along?
It might have been. I mean, it'd be a nice change of pace not being my fault for once.
Do we have to blame Oz for this one? What would be different about Oz's instance?
Or maybe it was the fact that there's 3 of us.
I mean, yeah, it could. Number could exacerbate the problem.
I mean, you still getting errors on the server screen?
Oh, let's look. I'm not getting any. I haven't gotten any duplicate. I haven't gotten any duplicate errors for a while. Otherwise, I'll forget. And I'll have 10% left tonight. Yeah, since I entered and went on my rant, I have not gotten that duplicate entity error, and I haven't gotten it so far. So I don't. Oh, that was. Oh, there's the. I haven't copied the file over or restarted the server, so that bug will still be in there. God, I have to use the bathroom. It is. Huh. Oh, there's a rat. Okay. I need to use the bathroom. Okay. Boss. You don't have to be in voice, but if you could join again to see if the errors and stuff. See, I'm seeing a couple of duplicate entity errors now.
I don't mind joining voice for a bit. I'll connect and I'll screw everything up for you. Let me take a peek here just to see what kind of weird items I might have. The only thing I have that's special is the item magnet, and it's in a bag, so it shouldn't do anything.
How is it? That I'm not experiencing this issue right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on the surface. I'll wander around there a little bit.
Because the game was unplayable. Oh, there was a lag spike.
Yeah, there I hit one. So I went a little way on the surface. So that's probably a factor. Yeah, I'm hitting another lag spike there.
Oh, there's another one. So it definitely involves chunks. Loading, unloading chunks.
I'll head back closer to you guys. See if we can kind of narrow things down a little bit. Because heck, if we could help the devs narrow things down, that'd be a good thing. Although I'm sure they probably have plenty of people who have already made these discoveries.
Yeah. So let's put the ring on. Put a ring on.
Yep, there was a slider.
Ah. Oh. What? Dude. Get... I'm actually able to load my... crossbow.
Yeah, since I got close to you guys again, at least on the surface, I haven't been running into problems. Has it been the same for you?
It's been better. I don't understand. Like, we were having problems since from the start.
Yeah. I didn't seem to notice things before you put the prefab in, but that was really early in the stream too, so.
Yeah,
It
we
seems
weren't
like
really...
it has a bit of a cumulative effect also. Although that could also be a kind of a placebo.
This is weird. So the only other thing that is different is this ring. I don't know why that would do it, but... Ow, sir. Come on. Am I out of... How am I out of arrows? There they are. I don't know. Oh, did I hit the wrong... No?
I'm gonna equip my item magnet to see if that marks things. I had a brief spike there. Unless it just somehow missed a block. Was swinging right at it. I can't see how it... I haven't been noticing anything.
Ooh. Come on. There we go.
Yeah, I used to do some tech support work. I mean, I was programmer mostly, but ended up doing some tech support here and there just because it was a small team. That's pretty common, where, you know, the problem never presents itself in front of somebody who can actually fix it.
It's weird. If the basalt is near rock that can be broken, I'll break it. But if it's just basalt, and this is because, you know, this hasn't been updated with the newest version, but if it's just basalt, it doesn't do it. That's weird. That's a weird bug. That's definitely a bug, but...
Yeah. Well, you notice the same with the ores, where you couldn't mine a certain thing, but if you hit the ore in that block, it would allow you to break it.
Oh, he's running up on me. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing some variety in this part of the world.
Yeah, definitely.
Hmm?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, here's not... These guys... That's what I mean by variety. It's just like...
Alright, I think we pretty much eliminated the possibilities here.
Yeah, like, my rings are going again. I've got my magnet back on. So, theories as to what we could do to trigger it again.
Distance. I could go further away.
I mean, Renegade and I are pretty far away from you. We're getting further and further all the time here.
On the surface, looking at my map, we were fairly close, all things considered. Yeah, there. I went a little ways away, and now it happened almost right away.
Oh, yep. There's another big lag spike.
The activity might make a difference also. You know, using the F key to interact with something seems... Because I'm doing a different operation now. I'm trying to pick berries and stuff rather than mine blocks. Let me switch back to mining blocks. Because that's what I was doing a few minutes ago. Okay, I've noticed a couple hitches, but nothing.
Yeah,
nothing
we were running into prefab path system.
There we go.
Migrating path marker from skeleton 3 to use. That is a block of info. Oh. Plants are icky.
Yeah, that was a big one. Yeah, so if you guys
could it
stick
be
together,
around taking damage? I just took a little bit of damage. Now, oh, there we go. That was a lag spike. Where's Renegade at? Oh, he's way ahead of me.
Another one for me.
Here's another one.
Oh. Oh, Jesus. That was... Wow. I just got... The server just got blasted with hundreds of errors.
Really?
Client finished chain earlier than server. Interaction chain. Projectile miss.
How long ago was it?
It just, like, this instant. Like,
Right?
just...
Okay.
I was shooting at one of those golems.
Huh.
Yeah, this is like... It's just... Just, like... Giant errors. Client finished chain earlier than server. Projectile miss. Projectile miss. Yeah, they're all... But it was like a bunch. Right at once.
Weird. Oh, all right. I'm gonna hop off again. Hopefully it goes better.
Come on. Come on. What? There we go. Oh, there's another lag spike. Yeah, it's just like... pretty consistent. Oh, that's a big dude. Wow. What kind of POI is this? Holy shit. up on the surface. That's a big guy. Well, that was... Wow, that was a weird... Definitely want this thing. Any more? Yeah, there are. See? Right here. Like, what? That's so weird. Like... I don't know if that guy ever respawns or if it's like a time-based thing, but... Let's see what happens when I cut a tree down. What? Are you doing anything particular in the game, Renegade?
I'm trying to mine up, but it won't let me do anything.
Yeah, it's not responding to me at all. Oh. Fluid plugin. Why would the fluid plugin? Are you around any fluid?
Not that I can see. My elevation is 89.
I mean, yeah, it could be lava, it could be water, it could be whatever that goop is around the around the desert. I don't even know what that's called. Wow! It just popped. That was a lag of what? 20 seconds? 30 seconds?
Yeah, about that.
What the hell was it doing? Oh, there we... It's triggering again. Like, it's getting back to what it was doing before.
Yeah.
Oh, there's quartzite. I don't know what quartzite looks like. Alright, what am I missing? Probably one over here, yep. You see the particle effects were way lagged behind the actual block breaks. I didn't necessarily see any lag in the cascade effect, but come on. why? Now it's again, it's lagged out. I can't even open a bag.
Yeah.
It's like the reason why we started seeing it right away when we started playing was that gap where I was pasting. If you go way back to the very beginning of the stream, I was trying to get our house placed. So that was like the first part of the stream, and so the problem is just like building and building and building, and it's almost like compounding itself. But yeah, this is getting back to what we were experiencing before. Am I gonna pick it up, or am I just not gonna get... Oh. It says the blood leaf is still there. Yeah, we're not even doing anything right now, and I can't... Yeah, something has happened. The server is not... There's no smoking gun. I mean, it could be a memory leak. I don't know how to test that theory. Let me look at my memory profile again. I'm at 60% memory, so if it is a memory leak, it would be a small one and not really that big of a problem. I mean, my terminal is not really using a lot of memory. I mean, my Hytale client is using almost 3 gig. But the server, console... I don't know if it's the command...
You're only using 3 gig.
Yeah, my client is using 3 gig.
Mine's using 6.3.
Jesus! That's more. I don't understand why that would be so different. I mean, you're using it over twice.
I know why.
Why?
What do you have your view distance set to?
Mine, I just have it set to default. Like, whatever the default was. Gameplay? Is that what that was?
Video.
Video. View distance 384.
Yeah, I have mine set to 736.
Well, you're definitely not getting that, because there's a limit on the server, but you are getting more than what I'm getting. Which, yeah, that does have a huge impact. I mean, I could shrink that on the server side. I could, because the server controls, like, the client says, hey, if I can do it, I want this view distance. But the server is like, oh, I'm going to cap out at this. I think the server caps out at like 500. And I have the lap goblin. Yeah, the lap goblin is here. So yeah, the terminal, like the actual server, console, window, and host, open source, is 18 megs. Is there another instance? Let's go to... No, there's not. I don't see anything there. Microsoft Edge, for some reason, is using 36 megs. I'm not even using it. Why is Edge 12 threads and... Oh, it's because they use Edge for the fucking task manager. That's why. They use their browser for the task manager. Oh, that's gross. Loose. Dear God. Yeah, like the server is not actually taking that much memory at all. So it's not a memory issue. 100% not a memory issue. I have plenty of memory. It's not a CPU issue. I'm less than 10% CPU. Like, it's not that issue either. GPU. Oh, that might be it. My hard drive is pegged at 100%. The drive that has the server on it. It's a platter, it's a normal standard hard drive. It's pegged. Like, it's barely... What would be pegging the hard drive that hard? Well, I'm really glad I didn't install this server on my other drive. The SSD. If it's reading and writing this much, yeah, writing. It's writing constantly. What, like, how do I drill down into why this is, like, what is it writing so much? Oh, yeah, it's not going to show on the monitor. Yeah, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to exit. Keep a watch on the disk. Go ahead and exit. Quit. Sorry for the black screen, but this is what I'm seeing. Just this pegged 100% down the line here. Go ahead and exit, Renegade.
Out.
Okay. Ooh. That was a lot of entity has moved into a chunk that isn't currently loaded. Apparently, you exit and it unloads the chunks. So let me stop the server. Yeah, I hear the purrs. I'm waiting for saving chunks. Whoa. Severe errors. Update schema. Manual curve asset. Static direction. Directionality asset. Density prop asset. Weight map validator. Severe. Oh. Yeah. Critical errors. Just shutting down the server. Oh, it's still going. Okay, yeah, I think that log file. I'm gonna see if I can submit that log file, um, to the devs, because it's nuts how many. I mean, these errors. Here's what when I said whoa the other like a little bit ago. So that I was looking at, right? You get these standard errors, blah 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 blah. Just yellow warnings, and then it's still going. Like, look at these errors. This is one after another. It's hundreds of lines of just nothing but red disaster. God only knows what this was. Client finish chain earlier than, like, look at all of these errors. It's still,
Wow.
I mean, it's just, and that all went in literally like instant, just all of those. And then this is like, and then here's me shutting it down. Boom. Shut it. Boom. Boom. Like, that's not good. And now the hard drive is completely quiet. So this thing was pegged right, just constantly. What? I'll have to look into, like, I don't understand why that would just be spamming the hard drive. So, word of warning, everybody: if you run one of these servers, don't put it on an SSD. That would be bad. Yeah, that all of those errors. See, the problem with just when errors like this craziness happens, it's a severe error. Okay, severe error. One of the problems with vintage engineering that I had was some people were reporting issues. And so I was looking into it, and I found a potential place that something could scramble the block entities. And so rather than crashing, right, rather than throwing an exception and crashing out, I just wrapped it, and I didn't crash. I thought, if I don't crash, I'll protect people's servers and stuff. Well, the problem when you just encapsulate an error like this, right? If this error is actually a severe error, if it's critical and could cause data desyncs or malicious like data stuff or game state scrambling, and you don't crash, right? If you just print out a severe block, it's like, this is a severe thing that happened. The problem is these pile up. The pegging of the hard drive, though, like what would be doing that? I mean, yeah, it's a platter drive, but that should be more than sufficient for a game like this. We should not have a problem. It should, like, the write speed on that was like, I don't know, 4 or 6 megabytes per second. Like, it should be plenty. But what is it writing constantly? Well, I'm glad I was able to, like, narrow down something. One of these issues, one of these red issues, could be triggering a infinite loop of writing. Yeah, it's like failed to dispatch event null. So somehow there's an event on the stack that's null. There's literally something in the queue that's null, which is very bad. That's very, very bad. Forcing ticking thread to stop. Storage component, chunk saving. Yeah, I think there is a fundamental issue with disk access or something. Failed to shut down Hytale universe. That's really not good. Forcing shutdown. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, so it's like the error is just because I had restarted the server when I had changed the hammer over, and we weren't really in the server all that much. And so when I joined and just hung around there and ranted for an hour and a half, nothing was changed, nothing that didn't need to sync anything or save anything. But the moment we started mining and changing and then joining, and once we started doing that, I think that it just kind of was a snowball rolling down the hill, and it eventually just it would peg out my hard drive, so the game would pause, basically like lag for that moment where it was trying to blast the hard drive with more data, and it was just doing that nonstop. And if it fell behind, the game would just stop. So yeah, major work needed on this. But I know a little bit more, and I can only speculate at this point because it's the dev team, hopefully the core engine team and dev team, like they would be able to pick this apart and figure out what's going on. But yeah, this is not really playable. But that's going to do it for the stream today, everybody. It was let's be honest, it was a clusterfuck. It was all over the place. But I don't know. Is that better than something that's super like planned and scripted almost? There is a game, believe it or not, that I'm getting more and more interested in trying. It does have multiplayer capabilities, but I highly suspect that there will be little or no interest in my current pool of patrons or members that would be interested in playing with me. And that's EU5. Europa Universalis 5, which has got a really big update coming out soon, 1.1. So it's going to really overhaul a lot. But I've been watching, I was watching EU4 10 years ago. I was watching Arumba and a few other people playing EU4 and just kind of marveling at the game itself, because it's the complexity and it was overwhelming, because by then, like, these people were masters at it, and they DLCs and all that. So I went into it like part way in, and it was kind of overwhelming. But EU5, came out in November, and it's a amazingly complex game, but there are ways to automate and simplify parts of that game that you may not want to mess with. I know us. If you're, if more of your neurons worked, I understand. I don't hold that against you, man. Like I understand limitations, but EU5 probably is one of the most complex games ever made. Like I don't know if there's a contender. Like it's amazing what you can do and stuff with that game. And you can abstract parts of it away, and it's very moddable. Like very, very moddable. And it's also multiplayer. Like I could be playing as the Pope, and Renegade or Oz could play, and they could play like Constantinople or something, and we could battle it out or whatever. You can do stuff like that in that game where there's intrigue and there's diplomacy and it's amazing how complex that game is. But it's just something like to sit, and it's one of those games that takes a long time to get really good at it, but you never ever really master it for a very long time. So that could be an like I really want to give that game a try. It's a huge amount of money. It's one of those $60 games. I was always hoping to catch it on sale. What I was really hoping is like 1.1 comes out and then they have it on sale, right? As a promotion, because the people at the studio have admitted, like, when the first game first came out, they were spitting out updates and hot fixes too fast. They were doing too big of a changes because the game it's amazingly complex. Like I'm frightened at what the back end of that game looks like. There are little modifiers, like every little mechanic has these little modifiers that you can put on it, and it tweaks it in ways that really complex and very strategic, and so I don't fully understand how they would code a game that's that intricate and detailed, where every little thing can have tweaks and modifiers, and it's just amazing. But that's an alternate game to Hytale. If Hytale is not fixing these problems in time, then I would have to figure out something to go towards. If a job doesn't materialize soon. I do have a couple irons in the fire, but who knows? But EU5 is definitely like, and it's one of those, like, we could play that game and I would be such a noob in that game. Like, I would be horrible player. I would be making mistakes all over the place. And that might be enjoyable content, because it would be a disaster. Because that game, you need 100 hours in that game to even feel comfortable in it. Like, you need a lot of practice. And even people that have 1,000 hours in it struggle with certain things. But then it's super moddable, so you can just like mod it all you want. Produced by a company. I mean, Paradox is Paradox is one of those companies that is not just one company. It is a conglomerate of a bunch of studios, right? So Paradox Tinto, wherever that is, I have no idea where this is. I'm assuming it's in Sweden, because everybody talks about why Sweden, in EU5 and EU4, Sweden was a pretty powerful nation, and it's like, Sweden historically is not this powerful, but why is Sweden so powerful? Well, Paradox Tinto is in Sweden, right? So it's like, okay, they made their own country pretty damn good. Which, it's an instinct. Like, you want to make yourself really good. But the stuff that they've done with other things, they're different. They might be different studios, an entirely different entity. So it's kind of hit or miss. Paradox is kind of a hit or miss. But they've produced some really good strategy games, right? The CK series, CK3 is a meme game. Like it's, you can marry your sister in CK3. You can do shit in CK3. You're like, how is this possible? and to some extent, what they did in EU5 is they sort of took the bulk strategy of EU4. They mixed in a little CK3 with a bunch of the economy of Victoria 3, right? Vicky 3, CK3, and EU4, and you smash all those together with a little Hearts of Iron, right? And you smash all those together, and that you get EU5. So it's like, yes, there are places in the game that need to be tweaked and things that need to be improved, but a lot of mods seek to do that. And over time, there'll be improvements, and of course there's going to be DLCs. You know that there is. So yeah, as far as the studio goes, I think that they're gonna try. They just did. Paradox just yoinked City Skylines away from Colossal Order. But you look at that and you're like, Colossal Order was really the origin of the Cities series, Cities in Motion, stuff like that. And they just pulled the rug out from Colossal Order and said, you're not touching Cities Skylines anymore. And we're going to hand this off to another studio that happens to be in the same city, who happens to be hiring people that are quitting or being laid off from Colossal Order, right? But Cities Skylines 2 has been largely seen as an abject failure of a sequel. And there is a reason, business-wise, that a studio releases a game that doesn't quite meet expectations, that suffers really badly, and after a year of updates, still has not fixed things. They still have not fixed things. So what is a studio to do? Like, walk in there and be like, you're not capable of doing this. We're going to yoink this away and give it to a studio where we have a little bit more control over the decisions that are being made, but also like maybe mix up the management a little bit and the decision makers to see if there is a different path that we can take to fix the game. Because it's a big franchise, and they are going to be hit with a game this year. I'm hoping to see it soon. That might redefine the genre itself in a way that needs to be done. But City State Metropolis, if you go watch the trailer for that, I highly recommend you seek it out. You can go to Steam and wishlist it. But City State Metropolis handles buildings in a way that is buildings and lots, like lots of like residential and commercial, like the lot system and the buildings. It is going to redefine the genre. So, and this is just one guy doing this. And so City State Metropolis might come out and just obliterate City Skylines, just obliterate the community. So, I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. I've already reached out to the developer to say, hey, if you need any help, let me know. Obviously, I haven't heard anything back because I don't know. It seems like I'm invisible on the internet. It just seems like that. When I tweet somebody out, or when I try to engage somebody, like there's just like crickets. So it's like, okay, well, my bits are going somewhere. Maybe there's a black hole that's just seeking out Buggy's bits. But anyway, yeah. So, next week, we are going to be in the tail end of January. I might just have to kind of YOLO and do a little vintage engineering dev stream. There's a couple features a couple aspects of the multi-block system currently that I wanted to tweak or at least update, especially the pipe interaction. We need to figure that out. Because it's the biggest project I've got going right now. It's a code base that I am extremely familiar with, as well as an API that I'm very familiar with, and in a language that I have been working with for 25 years. So pivoting to Java is something I could do, but it's definitely something I would do if the job existed that allowed me to do it, and gave me that motivation. If I'm going to ethereally just learn Java for the shits and giggles, and then a job still never materializes, well, now I've just spent the last 4 months alienating all the vintage engineering fans and trying to learn a language that doesn't benefit me at all. So that's a really hard thing to pivot. So vintage engineering it's near and dear to my heart, and I would love to see that project fully realized. And the multi-block system was one of the last, this wasn't the last, but it was one of the last big hurdles to get that project off the ground. And the fact that it's working is a little astounding to me, that I was able to get it working in like 3 months. So yeah, and there's, testing, and there's other shenanigans that are going to be needed for that. But the fact that it actually works is just like, okay. Anyway, I apologize for ranting again. But yeah, I hope everybody comes back here on Wednesday for whatever shenanigans we're going to be up to then. And I will reach out to the feedback form, at least in Hytale, and dump them this log file, because I'm like, this is disastrous. So hopefully they can make heads or tails of whatever it is. But other than that, I hope everybody has a great rest of the weekend. Stay warm and get your snow shovels ready if you're on the East Coast. It's going to be a bad one. Has it started snowing there yet, Renegade?
No, it's not supposed to start till closer to 11.
Oh, so it's going to be, oof. You're going to wake up tomorrow and there's going to be 2 feet of snow on the ground. That's always fun.
We're looking to get 18 to 24 now, so.
And drifts? Are you going to have high winds? What's the wind outlet?
Gust of 10.
That's not bad. It's still going to drift.
It ain't going to be bad. And I mean, it will drift a little bit because the temperature is going to be in the upper teens. Most of the time it's snowing.
Right. Well, you wouldn't be getting 18 to 24 if it was minus 10. There's just not enough moisture to be able to do that. So you're definitely got to be in the teens or lower 20s in order to actually get that much snow. But wind, like 10 miles an hour, is not bad. You're still going to see some drifts. It's just not going to be as bad if it was 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, I've been through one of them already.
Yeah, like those. What sucks about drifts with that kind of wind is they're tightly packed. Like a drift, super high winds. It's like the snow is like closer together, and it's like, it's not fluffy snow. It is like packed, almost like a sand dune. But yeah, the bulk of the snow is crazy. 18 to 24 inches. That's going to be a lot of snow. And I think you're like, I saw the national map, and you're like right in that like bright, like deep red.
Yep.
You're like, and that's a huge swath across the country of this red, and I was like, you're right smack in the middle of that. Like,
yep.
Fun.
Oh yeah.
How were the stores yesterday? You said you were going to go to the store. How?
No, they weren't bad at all.
Really?
We went to Walmart, and Walmart's about a 10-12 minute drive from my house. Went there, gas station, and stepped at the bank, and we were gone an hour and a half.
But the shelves in Walmart were not bare.
No,
Okay,
no.
good.
I mean, you could tell they were picked pretty good, but bare? No. No, I still had. They weren't out of any like they weren't out of milk. They weren't out of bread.
Well, that's good. Yeah, one time I remember going there I think it was right after a big storm. The city sort of was booting back up again. I go to Walmart because, I need to. And the entire chip aisle, the shelf, start to finish of the chip aisle was empty. I mean, it was, I remember turning my cart around and it was just bare shelves, the whole aisle. And I'm like, holy shit, completely empty. Even the crappy off-brand stuff was gone. So crazy. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna have one more nasty cold day tomorrow, and then we'll slowly be creeping back up again. Not to where we were. Like I think that's not gonna happen until fucking March or whatever. Because we were 40 degrees. I think that ship has sailed. I think winter came with a vengeance. And I used the wood that I had brought in, so if I want another fire, I got to go back out to the garage and in the cold, and I hate doing that, but it's fun getting the fire going. But anyway, I'd love to have a fire going on behind me, but my chair now blocks the fireplace completely. Like I can't even. It just completely blocks it. So, but I like this chair. So this is a nice chair. But anyway, yeah. I hope to see everybody back here on Wednesday. Stay safe. Stay warm. And yeah. See you later.